Alrighty. How's chat doing? I know it's late afternoon for Eastern. Let me know in chat if you guys can hear me and everything's good. How is your day? Let me know how you guys are feeling so far. How's everybody's day been so good? We had a nice impromptu run by Wody for SOP, which was great. It was great to see. I'm glad I finished the game not too long ago while working on other things casually. Most of the time I was playing it was off stream for a little bit here and there. I hadn't been able to work on it too much for that game for SOP. Haven't had thoughts about speedrunning it, but maybe in the future. Not usually my jam for those kinds of games, but Voice of Cards also very rare for me to want to do speedrunning, but it's a Yokotaro game. Alright, so a couple things to note. Voice of Cards is a turn-based RPG told in the context of a story through the voice of a DM, so a Dungeon Master. So if you've played like tabletop or, you know, games that are done in that style where they're told by a narrator, this is gonna feel very much similar to that. This game has two things I want to point out. First thing is there's a mechanic in the game that literally will cause problems called happenstance. It's a good mechanic in the game if you're playing casually, but it's a terrible mechanic as a speedrun. Because it's complete RNG. So we're going to be doing both Voice of Cards, the Isle Dragon Roars, followed up by Forsaken Maiden. This is the story. This is any percent, so this is new game as well. So we're starting with nothing. And one of the more important things is we had an update to set the game speed to hyperspeed. And what that will do in the run is it will reduce a lot of the animation times, which over the course of the run could save literally hours. But outside of that, we're doing this as a story run for really, really long-a-thon. So that means that we will be letting the narrator do what the narrator is supposed to do, and that is give you the full context of the story as we play through the game. So there will be a lot of gameplay. But the narrator will be talking for roughly about 3 to 4 hours in the run for this particular game, and about 4 or 5 for the following game. Also, there was an incentive for a bid war for either the DLC or the default cosmetics and music for the game. So unfortunately, the DLC got overshadowed slightly by the default, the people who wanted the default music and art, which is really good. Mind you, it's all the same people who've worked on all the other games and done all the music. So it's a bit sad, because the DLC stuff is really, really cool. And it does sound really good. I especially like in Forsaken Maiden, which will be coming in about 7 to 8 hours from now. In that game, the DLC cosmetic stuff is really, really good, and they did an awesome job with the music. Yeah, the DLC tables and dice are amazing. It's really, really good in Forsaken Maiden. But anyways, without further ado, I have my notes pulled up for Isle Dragon Roars. I spent 12 hours yesterday working on both games just to make sure that, you know, de-rusted and stuff like that. Notes are available publicly. Finally, I will be editing them more as I go. There is a few speedrunners for this game. But yeah, this was a really fun game to route out. There's still a lot more stuff that could be done potential-wise, but without further ado, let's just get this run started. So, we have a brief introduction before the game actually starts. We're not going to import any save data. And the time will start as soon as we do the fade out. So there'll be a fade out after the introduction for this run. So this will kind of set us up for the beginning of the game going forward. And there is 7 chapters to both games that we'll be going through.
Good afternoon, or should I say evening, morning. Morning? At any rate, I'm the Game Master. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Before we begin, there is something I must tell you. You see, my job is to draw you into this world with my voice and cards, which is why I believe it best for you to play with the sound on. In fact, I insist on it. However, as you can see, my voice is subtitled, so you can always read along as well. Now then, are you ready? Let's begin. Welcome to Voice of Cards. You are about to take the first steps of your adventure. Through a realm of sword and sorcery you will travel, battling bloodthirsty monsters as you strive to realize your ambitions. I have every faith you will accomplish great things here. I am merely a witness to your exploits. Now then, your departure draws nigh. May your journey be a safe one.
So at this point, if the timer hasn't already started, it starts now. So, this starts up first game in this very long 2-game series so far. But anyways, we have a prologue to go through.
The surrounding rocks are slimy with damp. It feels as if
popping in and out for commentary over these 2 games
from the shadows at any moment.
Hey Zell, nice to hear your voice.
Yet in this horrible place gathers a fellowship of 3 adventurers. One is a young woman. You can tell just by looking at her, she enjoyed a good upbringing. Another is a stoic warrior. He stands at the ready, scanning his surroundings for any sign of threat. Last but not least is the old man. He has a sagely air and gazes into the darkness stretching out before him. These adventurers seek a certain treasure hidden in this cave.
Alright, so we'll learn more about those characters specifically. But this is essentially the demo or the prologue.
The iron door towers before you. It has rather conspicuous handles. The stoic man takes hold of the handles and pushes as hard as he can, but the door doesn't so much as budge. The stoic man winds his leg back and lets fly a powerful kick into the door. As his foot connects, the door trundles to the side. So it was one of those sliding contraptions.
I don't know about the sliding contraption doors at this day and age in this game, but okay, we'll go with that.
Something leaps out at the fellowship from the darkness.
Alright, so this will be the first tutorial fight.
Yeah, and I guess I'll like the thing with those 3 is if you played the demo, they were the demo. These are the demo characters. They're slightly different here compared to the demo, and this is basically the dungeon that they went to. It's slightly altered for the prologue, but we will not be playing as these 3. We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, the game is completely card-based, but it is not a card game. It is just presented with cards. So keep that in mind. It does not actually have card game mechanics.
Adventurers have seen their fair share of battle and defeat
yeah, it's
their
really fun though,
attackers
if you like classic JRPGs.
Yeah, it's deceptive. With the cards, you think card game, but it's not.
As the trio approaches the treasure chest, an awful rumbling resounds deep.
It is nothing like Yoko Taro's made before.
You shall not have it, a voice growls. Before the wary trio appear creatures the likes of which they've never seen.
There's like a huge emphasis as well on sound design for this game, surprisingly, because of how this game was put together. So, one of the better things about this game.
Yeah, everything has a very satisfying like sound effect and visual effect. And there's a crit. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
So the crits are completely random. There's no control in them.
That's not true actually. It is affected by dice in slight capacity, but mostly happenstance.
Yeah. It's really like when you get them though, there's a lot of time to be saved just purely on that.
Yeah, we're hoping for lots of crits throughout the run, but we'll see.
Also, every attack, so no attack can deal less than 1 damage is something to keep in mind. If no matter how much defense something has, it will always deal 1 damage, and a crit in that case would deal 2.
Yeah, even
and-
multi-hits,
yeah.
even multi-hit attacks will deal a minimum 1 damage.
It's locked
Yep.
tight.
So you can never fully mitigate. There is a variation of 1 in both ways. Like so, damage is
Chest clicks
the
open.
damage of the attack, whatever it states, minus the defense.
Inside is what appears for all
And
the
it will
world
vary by
to
1 or
be
2,
ordinary
except
medicine
for
monk.
some cards deal damage based
At
on dice roll
last,
period.
retrieved
So
the
they will
royal
always deal that
treasure.
amount of damage, and they ignore
Says,
defenses.
The woman
Um,
Arborea
So there is a
quest
lot. There's some like little mechanics. It's a pretty
triumphant
simplistic
trio.
game though.
put the cave behind them.
Yeah, and the flat damage skills in the speedrun are actually extremely useful.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, one of our first characters gets one fairly early, and it's used pretty heavily.
yeah, even in Forsaken Maiden, you get one super early, which is... I used it in the entirety of the run, actually, in that game, so we'll get to that later on, but... those flat damage skills, well, casually, once you get to a certain point in your playthrough casually, they're not very good, but in the speedrun context, when you're hemorrhaged for, like, levels and items and stuff, those skills specifically could be a losing fight or a winning fight. So these videos that are playing right now are basically recaps. This will happen between every section of chapters. So this is the startup for chapter 1 after we finish the prologue there. So this will kind of give anybody a recap on anything they missed without really going over too much in detail. But this being a really, really long-a-thon run, obviously we're going to be listening to the story and the narrator do his job.
This is Castle Advent.
One thing to keep in mind is that
Nilla reigns over
the
the
2 games
kingdom
were
from
made,
within its walls.
must have been made at the same time, because they were released within 6 months of each other.
In the
Yeah,
crowd
the second game borrows
jostle
heavily from the first game
manner
in
of
sort of the
knights,
base mechanics.
adventurers, and bounty hunters. The white-robed adventurers stand close to the throne.
I would say the second game is harder
Over the
for
tumult,
different reasons than the first.
Her Royal
But the first
Majesty
game is
places
definitely
special
harder
presence.
because of the early mechanics being different.
The cacophony ceases the moment Queen Nilla enters the chamber. Seated upon the throne, the queen faces the crowd. Her lips part.
So the one thing to note about IDR,
Thank you all
or
for
Isle
heeding
Dragon
my
Roars,
call
which
to
is I like
slay
to call
the
the first
dragon.
game, is that it starts a bit more like a normal RPG where there's a bit of a slower
I
build-up,
ask that you do it.
whereas the second game just kind of drops you right into
Whosoever
things.
conquers this
But
beast
Yeah.
will be
we'll see
honored
as
for
things
his
go
leadership
how crazy things get.
and handsomely
Yeah,
rewarded.
this game's story much more
At that,
follows like the
The
standard
gathered
like
crowd
rescue a kitty,
cheers
kill
loud
god
enough to shake the
escalation,
castle's
and the
very
second game
foundations.
is like
Leave the
just
dragon
goes
to
for it
us,
right
Your
away.
Majesty.
It's a roller
feels-
coaster. The second game
Yeah.
is such a roller
As if the
coaster.
beast's
It's
demise
far.
at
This
their
game
hands
you
was
would question that Yoko Taro made it. The
Indeed.
second game not
You did
not.
well to
The
reclaim
second game
royal
definitely has way
treasure,
more Yoko
the
Taro
queen replies.
isms.
I thank you, for my stomach becomes most upset without it. So the treasure is a staple of the royal medicine cabinet. It puts my
So the
mind
three
at
characters from the
ease to know
prologue
the
you can see
ivory
here are
hoard
returned
offers its
to
aid
the
in
queen to
slaying
give her
the
that
dragon.
medicine they picked up. That's gonna
The trio
spring
are
forward
disciples
the
of
story,
Ivory Order,
but
a
as
charitable
Zell mentioned, these
organization
aren't our
beloved
characters
the
we're playing
realm
as.
over.
We briefly took control of them.
Indeed, anyone would think this illustrious
They'll
trio
be back a
the
lot.
heroes of our
I mean, they
tale.
didn't make the demo and make such a focus on them to just use them briefly.
But
But
they'd be wrong.
Here
So
we are.
just gotta slay the dragon and we'll be drowning in gold. The man trails off, drooling over unknowable fantasies. Beside him, a strange creature lets out a chirping coo. Pay attention, because this is important. There he is, or there you are, I should say, the hero of our tale. A humble bounty hunter. You love little in this realm more than coin. A seemingly tedious fellow who doesn't hesitate to claim the title of hero for yourself. When you heard about the quest to slay the dragon, it was the promise of reward that lured you to the castle. Now then, if you wish to officially register for the hunt, see me so I can get your signature. You wonder why you need to sign anything, but head for the guard anyway.
So, bubble wrap. I'll explain a little bit something about that later, but I don't want to say anything about it too early. There's a reason for that. So, anyways, so now we're gonna give our character a name or a
Sign
hero.
here,
He does
says
have a
the girl,
default name,
handing you a pen and paper.
which is Ash. So there is a canon name for this character. Oops. And then our companion is going to be
You
Mar.
sign your name.
I love Mar so
Fine
much
name.
in this
After you've
game.
signed, the guard motions to the strange creature beside you. The monster, too. You sign your companion's name as well. Mar. Mar, your friend and sometimes traveling companion. Though he can't speak the human tongue, he seems to understand it well enough. Thank you. Now we'll know what to have engraved on your tombstones. Can't ask the dead what name to mark their grave with, after all, the guard chortles. You want the reward as badly as you don't want to die. You figure you better make some strong friends.
Alright, so game kind of wants us to talk to people. We don't
You've
want
yet
to
to
do that.
find any help for your quest. Things don't look that reassuring as they are, but the decision is up to you.
So we're just gonna leave and continue on with the story.
In the end, you set out, just the two of you, to hunt the dragon. Before you stands a sign calling for people to join the hunt for the dragon. Earlier, you saw the bit about the handsome reward for whoever slays the dragon, and hightailed it to the castle. A woman stares at the sign, transfixed. Her face curls into a scowl as she notices you. Monster! The woman cries.
Oh, don't attack
flings
Mar.
magic at Mar. Startled by the spell, Mar grows dizzy. You whirl to the woman and shout, "What are you doing?" "This ain't a monster," you growl, as the woman snarls over you, "I hate monsters." The two of you bicker for quite a while. In the end, the woman admits she may have jumped to conclusions, but stubbornly refuses to apologize. Inwardly, you call her unsavory names as your attention shifts to a different topic of conversation. Turns out she really hates the dragon and would love to take him down with her own two hands. But she knows she's no match for him alone, so she's at a loss for what to do. When you tell her you're after the same thing, she squints down her nose at you. Fine, she says. I can help you. She's a little annoying, but you are looking for quest companions. I only want to see the dragon dead. I don't care about anything else, she mutters. You overhear her remarks and grin without thinking. Then you don't care about getting a share of the reward. That suits you perfectly. You happily
Yes,
join
we get to be
forces with
greedy
the
rich.
black-clad woman. She introduces herself as Melanie. She tells you she is a witch, but says nothing of why she hates monsters or what grudge she bears against the dragon.
Alright, so now we officially have our third party member. Very important one at that. Alright, so the game hasn't really told us too much about the jump mechanic, other than maybe a few nudges at it, but we're already abusing it, which is going to help save a lot of time moving between areas.
Yeah, it's a huge time save when you're
The
playing.
woman sits hunched over by the
period.
side of the road.
Especially if you're doing side missions and stuff, because you might be jumping around the world quite a bit.
Catching sight of you, she calls out for your aid.
It's very useful.
Yeah, when you're traversing areas and you happen to
She
go like the
sprained her
wrong
ankle
way,
and needs you to take her to
it's
the nearby apothecary.
very
You
good
try
to
to
be
lift
able
the
to
woman
just
into
jump
your
back without
arms,
really losing
but
any
the
time.
weight's too much for you to bear. You lay the woman back down where you found her and mutter a quiet farewell before turning to leave. Upon seeing that, Melanie snaps. What kind of person are you? Ain't like it's my fault she's hurt, you whine like a child. Ignoring you, Melanie gingerly helps the woman up. Mar bends so the woman can get on his back, and the two of them head off in search of the apothecary.
It's weird that Melanie is so
Watch the
nice
walk
this early in the
away for a
game.
moment
She really
before
just didn't
following,
like Mar.
complaining to yourself about what a wasted
She
time.
has a
this
really
is.
weird personality shift over the course of the game. Alright, so now the game's telling us about the jump.
You arrive at the apothecary. After taking a curative, the woman begins hopping up and down. Nothing holds a candle to Ivory Order medicine, she beams. She thanks you and pulls something from her breast pocket.
Alright, so we got Mysterious Card 1.
You've
We're
helped some,
not going to be getting the rest of
albeit
them.
not quite out of the goodness of your own heart. It might be a good idea to do that again, should you come across anyone else in need of assistance.
Granted, this is any %, we're not going to be getting the rest of them. There's a bunch to get. I forgot how many off the top of my head. I think there's 12 altogether. But anyways, we're not going to get those.
As your eyes roam everywhere but the path you walk, you barrel right into someone. When you turn to see who it is, you see the Ivory Order trio from the castle. Winifred, are you all right? The sagely old man asks the woman, voice full of concern. I'm fine. The
So
woman
one
calls
thing
Winifred
that we haven't
quietly.
talked about yet
Thank you,
is there is
Henry.
dialogues through here that require a bit of a choice, but some of them
Go in,
only change the
the old man
context of
calls,
what happens.
turning to
It
their
doesn't
stoic
change
companion.
anything directly.
He jerks forward, as if to defend.
But there
Henry
is a
and
quick
Winifred.
answer to everything generally.
The trio advances on you. How dare you treat disciples of the Ivory Order with such disrespect? You fall to your hands.
So
and
in the case of this dialogue that
your
we just
forehead
did,
to the dirt.
the first
Someone
option is the faster of the options.
I offer my life as
For
restitution.
the rest give
you
more
saw.
context, some different situations.
Winifred stares at you. Bewildered, you would go to such ridiculous lengths to apologize. Muttering a half-hearted apology, you try to keep walking. But that's when you notice something in your hand. Looks like you accidentally grabbed Winifred's coin purse when you ran into her.
Accidentally, okay.
Thief, bellows Berwin, drawing his weapon. Guess you've got to fight your way past.
Newsflash, we're not gonna fight our way past, we're gonna take a forced death at the very start of the run, basically. We just gotta hope that they kill us fast.
Don't worry, the coffin card is dead.
Somehow we accidentally stole the coin purse, but, you know. Our character is a bit of a thief, or like, someone who really likes money, so maybe they somehow grabbed it without realizing they were doing it.
The Ivory Order laid you out flat. The Ivory Order trio looks at you like they can't believe such a weakling would even try to hunt down the dragon. Taking pity on your ineptitude, the Ivory Order trio uses their magic to heal your wounds. We mustn't tarry any longer. To the monster researcher of Thriston with us, Hedwin urges his companions and the trio depart.
So yeah, throughout the game we're going to be encountering them a lot. We're basically going to be trailing them the entirety of the
Endless
game.
wandering can be fun, but if you want purpose and direction, I'd suggest sticking to the path.
So we're going to head to Nexton, and we're going to get our first, or our second tutorial battle. Which will be this one right here. You can get tutorials in almost any order. Some will get later than usual, because we're trying to go fast. So unless they somehow happen, we won't really see them. So the game's explaining resistance and weaknesses. Something that you literally just learned by playing the game. It's based around enemy type. So we want to try to hit like level 3 as soon as possible. Ideally, because we'll have access to better skills and stuff going forward. And anytime the game wants us to ask us to view cards, generally we're going to be saying no. So we're going to be going through, picking up stuff along the way as we adventure. Trying to hit certain levels along the way. This is really important for IDR specifically. Forbidden Maiden, you can kind of get away with being underleveled. It doesn't make the game any easier, though. This game specifically, if you're underleveled, it's a huge problem because happenstance is already something we have to work around.
You come across two men sitting on a rock.
So I purposely went up here to this mountain here to grab this side quest.
Fervent discussion.
That's going to be important
You listen in.
after we leave the next town.
They are a pair of thieves. You lean in, trying to hear what else the thieves are talking about. You catch pieces of the conversation here and there. I hid the goods. Head south just before the bridge. No. Whatever ye do, don't go into the bewildering wood. It sounds like they've just told you where to find their stolen loot. You hastily grab a scrap of paper, write down what you've heard, and quietly sneak away.
Alright, so we'll be picking up and finishing that side quest later. But for now, we just went ahead to the
Lying
town.
in the grass, you find an old telescope. You figure a look at the path ahead can't hurt.
All right, so
You see, all you know
Zell's
is
here. He can
there's
explain
something up
this,
ahead.
but
You should be able to figuring it's
these
best
are
not to
problems.
go looking for trouble. You decide to detour
Yeah.
around.
So the
Still,
game
can't help
has
but kick a rock down the
random
road.
events.
Muttering
A
about
lot
what
of them.
tricks those three from the
So
Ivory
as you
Order.
move through, you can either get a random encounter, you can get
Cut it
random
out,
events.
chides
Some of them
Bunny. She
you're
warns
expected
you
to
your
get
anger
every once
will
in a while.
only come back to bite you in the rear.
Like there's like a set of quests for like finding specific
But your
treasures,
sulking is
things
cut
like that.
short. When out
That's like
of
the
the
first set
thicket
of like
leaps
major
a
RNG. This is our
monster.
first actual boss. Like this is the first
The
one that will
rock
actually
you
give a
kicked
problem,
must
maybe.
have hit it because
Um,
it is really mad. Brace yourself.
And
for
the
battle.
other thing that you'll see later, it's less, it's both more and less of a problem.
And fight.
Is happenstance. You'll see it. I think not too long from now.
It starts up basically once we get into the next chapter.
The first happenstances are pretty set, but there are random happenstances in some bosses where like every turn it will change. Happenstance is just the term that the game uses for random events in battle. They can be anything from increased. Everyone gets increased defense. Everyone deals increased damage of an element type. Things like that. It's pretty wild. You can do some pretty wild stuff, but it is it can be pretty rough. And then the third major RNG of the run is Body Slam, which we just got. It is one of those dice roll abilities. It will always deal the amount of damage that you roll on the dice, which is good against high defense enemies, but it's very bad if you keep rolling low.
Yeah.
So
It's only going to be useful against enemies we can't actually go over the armor for.
I'm sorry. Cyprian Amber has lived here. All the townsfolk affectionately call him Cypri. If anyone knows anything
yeah,
about the
we
dragon,
can abuse
it's
Body
him.
Slam pretty nicely.
He's a
which
veritable monster expert.
Which is good.
You ask Cypri if he knows anything about the dragon.
We get to do our first dungeon coming up now as well.
He says he'll tell you.
Yeah, there's a funny
if
little
you
thing
do
that you
him a
can.
favor.
It's very slow, but
The
you can
monsters stole
it's
a
gonna it asks
precious
us to use a
treasure
lamp.
from him.
If we don't have
If you
one, it
reclaim
tells us
the
to go away,
treasure,
and if we
Cypri
continue to not use the lamp,
promises
there's a
to
funny
tell
scene
you
that
all
plays
he
out.
knows about the dragon. It seems the treasure-thieving monster
game
makes
is
its
very
hideout in
fun.
the western cave.
Yeah, casually this game
That's where
throws
you'll
some
Yeah.
pretty wild punches at you. But as far as the speedrun, the worst things that we'll run into is happenstance during some of the fights, and then obviously the random events.
Proprietress inquired.
Usually, random events, we're going to avoid them.
Mhm.
Unless I know specifically it's going to be a good outcome, but yeah, we're going to avoid them at all costs.
Will that be all? The proprietress asks.
Yeah, there's a couple in Forsaken Maiden where you can tell if it's good or bad if you're paying attention. There's a couple in this one as well, but those ones are still more random. There are a few though that you can actually, like, if you are paying attention when the event comes up, you'll be able to know which answer to pick, and you can get like some pretty good items from the Forsaken Maiden ones. Lots of salves. I've gotten like very, very good salves from the random encounters. Also, there is weaknesses. Monsters do have weaknesses, and you deal 1.5 times damage, I believe.
Yeah, it's about 1.5 times. There's some other things that can make it even more than that, but we'll get into that a bit later. But yeah, there is some status effect stuff that can multiply or reduce damage. So we just hit level 3, which is good. We want to be level 3 by the time we hit here for very good reasons, because we have another boss coming up
Light
soon.
can't reach the
Yeah,
furthest
the
depths of the
battle and
cave.
random encounters
It may
in
be
this game
impossible to
stops
proceed without a torch.
once we
Light the
get
torch.
past
It'll be much
the
easier
fire
to
dog.
explore now
We
with your
don't really need
surroundings
to
better
grind at that point
illuminated.
because we get enough experience from the bosses, and the bosses are more often that But in this early game, to get past that, we're mainly level up. This boss you can do at level 1. I've done this boss at level or I guess level 2 because you can't do level 1 here. I've done this boss easily at level 2, but the fire dog in chapter 2 is very rough.
Yeah. That one is particularly a problem.
Yeah, it's why, like, when I was helping Masher out this initially, I was like, you have to fight the random encounters.
When I first went and did that boss fight, which we'll be getting to in the second chapter, oh boy, like I went there without the spell that we need for Melanie, and it was so much harder.
Yeah, the boss has a lot of HP. It's fairly tanky. Casually, you're expected to have the water spell, but it's far too late in her leveling to get, so you can't just cheese it by throwing her water spell at it. So the like intended way you're supposed to do that fight, you can't really do in the speedrun sense, because it would take too long to level her to, I think it's like level 7 or 8. But you would get there very naturally by just fighting encounters as you play. Yeah.
So at later points, we'll be skipping a lot of the encounters, but early on, we definitely take them.
Also, this game is to clarify, this is both games done in about 21 hours, while not bashing through the story.
Yeah, if I was like trying to barrel through both, skipping things, it'd be sub 12.
Yeah. They nicely added a turbo feature. The animations are really slow. Not really slow. They're on the slow side in the original speed.
We're playing on high speed, so there's double speed right now.
Yeah. If you're playing this casually for the first time, don't jump to double speed. The reason is that the game was not built with it, and if you do a long enough play session, things get out of sync on double speed. But I think it's mainly like story stuff gets out of sync. The speedrun, it doesn't get out of sync too badly. But yeah, definitely just play the game on normal speed if you're casual.
Forsaken Maiden's actually fine with the double speed, but this one, because it was post-launch that they added it, it definitely has some weird, quirky side effects. In fact, it does mention that in the menu when you select it.
Yeah, I think it still mentions that in Forsaken Maiden, but that was probably more of a precaution, and they're probably they're basically the same game.
Yeah. Same base underwork anyways.
Yeah. Also, this game won't touch it at all. I was very disappointed when they removed it from the demo requirements, because in the demo you had to do the card game. But in the demo you had to play, like, there's a card game that's built into this. It's really fun, actually, and it was required in the demo to beat the game. You had to play the card game once, but it is not a requirement in this game to play the card game, which would have made the speedrun awful. But I like the card game, so
yeah, that card game is a lot more RNG than I already dislike about speedrunning this game.
Door is upon closer examination of the door, you spot a cavity that looks like some sort of sphere should go there.
The games casually come out to like anywhere from like
and the door opens.
10 to like 20 hours.
Unless you're a MASH.
Or I mean, it depends on how much extra you do. Forsaken Maiden is longer by like a good 5-6 hours, but this game like is anywhere from like 10 to 30 hours. There is a true ending. I think we've already got one because we're forced to get one, but there's number cards and they're the side quests, and there are 12 of them, I believe. And
yeah,
if you get all
12.
If you get all 12, it unlocks the true ending. Then there's a bunch you can do in this game extra beyond the story. There's flip sides, which are every single card in the game has a flip side story. It's just a little blurb about the monster or person, or etc. And you can unlock those as well.
Little extra lore bits, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, Melanie not being level 3 when we come in here was a bit of a problem. Also, I'm getting really bad at getting chest drops because they're random and I usually choose the worst option.
A claret another message comes into view. What horrors transpired
Yeah,
here?
random events. Some random events are not random. They do happen. Always.
Yeah, that one has like 3 scripted ones to go with it, but it's for a side thing that we don't really care about. It's not story related.
It's a revive that you can get.
Yeah.
And once you've beaten the game, it's a little it's telling a kind of a dark story without you realizing it. When you play playing this game the second time is this is one of those games you want to play twice. And pay attention to the story both times. It's very different the second time around.
Yeah. There's subtle context stuff that you miss the first time through very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, good job, Mar. Yeah. Mar coming in with the heavy hits.
Mar's very good in the speedrun. Casually, Mar's a little boring. Because Mar's really just a physical, like, brute. So yeah, it's hard to. Honestly, this game is not that dark. Like, it's not any more dark than like a Dragon Quest game gets. If I'm being honest, it gets pretty dark. There's some really messed up stuff, but I mean, it's like Tales of Dark. If you've played enough Tales of games, like it pulls those kind of dark moments, where like the world is very happy and the characters are pretty upbeat, but then there's some pretty moments.
Yeah, Forsaken Maiden is where it gets really dark.
Forsaken Maiden is. I don't know how they got away with having both these games have the same rating. I don't know how both these games are rated T. Not sure how they pulled that off. Yeah. Yeah, this is pretty bright for like a Taro story. Like I said, it's the same way that Tales games are dark. They have these dark moments and like they ask some pretty dark questions of like you, the person, and as well as the characters. And so yeah, but this game is like both these games are just beautiful and they're very cheap. As well as if you're interested in mid-priced RPGs, Square Enix made 3 in like 4 months. There's these 2 games, and then Dungeon Encounters, which released at about the same time as this game. Dungeon Encounters is really fun.
Alright, so this is the boss that Zell said earlier that we could do lower level, but
Let's do this.
it's doable. I just don't like doing it low level.
Well, it's doable. It honestly isn't that much different. It really depends on his paralysis luck. But when I originally was trying to route this, I routed it by just abusing fire pots, and it was very easy. And I was level 2, and this fight was extremely easy, just using fire pots with MC, body slamming with Mar, and fireballing. The problem is, it's not this boss. It's the following boss. Like I said, the fire beast boss in like probably half an hour is rough. It has high defense. Also, we don't need to buy anything until that city, and if you forget to buy, that boss is literally impossible to kill if you don't buy weapons. He has too much defense and he heals.
Yeah.
When he hits about 3/4 HP, he spends a turn to give himself 99 turns of regen for like 7 health. And I realized it was impossible to beat the guy without upgrades. So
yeah, we do a shopping stop just before that fight when we get there.
Yeah, and if you've ever routed a JRPG or watched the route of a JRPG, that's pretty normal. Like a lot of JRPG routes will just attempt to get as far as they can without buying anything, and then just buy as they go, and then figure out like where. Okay, so if I level in this area, will it make this then an hour later easier? And that's kind of what we're doing here. By fighting everything that we see in Chapter 1, it gives us enough to skip the bad forest encounters, because there are some bad ones, and kill the easy ones. And then after the forest, there's not that much more grinding that needs to be done, or even an incidental grinding. Also, there's a ability limit in this game, which will come into play later in the speedrun.
Yeah, kind of.
Your characters can only have so many abilities. So like even like the basic attack takes up a slot in this game. In Forsaken Maiden, they don't actually take up a slot. It's very nice. You can always have a basic attack and a focus, as well as your other abilities. But yeah, as you can see, like this boss is quite tanky. We really only dealing damage with 2 of them.
Yeah, Melanie, if she can roll high, or MC is okay with Lightning Strike, but we really need the dice rolls to work in our favor. That's what we really need.
Yeah, that's a lot of this game is about. Like, if this game had an active speedrun community, it would be a very fun game to race. Like, if there was more than just like me, Mash, and a couple other people, this would actually be a really fun RPG to race. Because like if you make movement mistakes and stuff like that, you can make mistakes in this game despite all the RNG. But I love racing games where like the RNG can tip it one way or the other.
Through it. You rush over, but you're too late.
Oh,
to
this
stop
game,
them.
this series needs like a
Sweet of you to take care of the monsters for us, trills Winifred, favoring you with a smile. Tucking the spoils from the chest safely into a bag, the Ivory Order trio stroll away whence they came.
Yeah, we got here late, unfortunately. Ivory Trio jerks strike again.
Do nothing but stand slack-jawed and watch them go. The chest is empty, save for a ragged doll. Nice of them to leave us the trash, you grumble in irritation. For some reason, Melanie picks up the ragged doll. Your shoulders slump. All that effort, and this is all you get to show for it? You find nothing else even close to treasure. Hope Cypri is ready for bad news. Leave now would...
Yeah, so we're gonna take the fast travel out of the dungeon, saving time. The alternative would be to use bellwethers, but I actually do this route without ever using them. They're not as important as you would think.
Well, if it is, you've clearly been mistaken for someone else. But
So we're gonna use inns for marathon purposes,
dare not burst the party.
because normally I wouldn't stop at them. But free heals,
Able to find my treasure?
might as well take it.
Cypri asks. This is all we found, says Melanie, withdrawing the ragged doll. Cypri's eyes widen as soon as he sees the doll, and he reaches out to take it. Without breaking his gaze away from the doll, he begins to speak. Cypri tells you he gifted this doll to his young daughter a long time ago. But she fell gravely ill and died. Since then, Cypri has treasured this doll as he treasured his daughter. Then the monsters took it from him. Cypri turns to Melanie, his head bowed deeply in gratitude. So you reclaimed the treasure by complete accident. You step closer to Cypri. How are you gonna thank us? You rudely inquire.
And we're gonna be jerks immediately in this sad, sad time.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Far to the east of town is a place called Unionville, where monsters and humans live together in harmony.
Oh boy, Unionville sounds like a fun time. I can't
You
wait
might
to get
be able
there.
to learn something there, as the dragon and monsters are not totally unrelated. Upon hearing that, you turn on your heel to leave. Cypri calls out to stop you. Journeying to Unionville entails traversing the dense expanse of the bewildering wood. You'll need this, he says, and holds out something for you. You won't make it through the bewildering wood without it, Cypri says. Your sights set on the distant Unionville, you resolve to navigate through the bewildering wood.
Alright, so now that we did that, we can leave. And this ends chapter 1 effectively. So now we get to do the more interesting, difficult stuff going forward. Oh boy. We'll get to see that character that it just showed very, very soon. She's a interesting one. Alright, so now we have to head to Bewildering Woods. So we're gonna go back, jump over here. We're gonna head this way. Trying to hit levels, like Zell said, before we get to the next major boss. Ideally, we want to get Freeze for, or sorry, Blizzard, I think, or... no, it is Freeze.
Yeah, and it's Freeze for her.
Blizzard is Forbidden Maiden.
You can definitely get away with just like the next character we get is very, very strong early, as long as you buy her weapon. If you don't buy her weapon, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Which is weird. It's very anti-JRPG for the new character to get an upgrade so quickly, but she does.
Yeah, there's some alternate routing that can be done once we get the next party member. I may opt to do some out of ordinary stuff for my personal route.
Here's some pretty much every time we go to like a new landmass, we'll get one of the random encounters. If we do it, we'll drop a monster memo and they lead us to treasure. Like if we step on a specific space, it will give us treasure, which is very nice.
Yeah, so I gotta go up there to grab that. I have to grab as much of this money that I've routed in as possible because I have a very, very tight money route.
There is with those random events, why they're so big is there are some random events that can save you tons of money. There is you can get a random shop as you're going around, and that shop will be open one time. And if you close the shop, it closes. You can't reopen it. But it sells things at an ultra discount. You can get some of the items that you might need for very cheap. Yeah,
50 to 80% off, I think.
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah, 50 to 80% off. But the items that the merchant carries are somewhat random, as well as the discount. So.
All right. So that quest we got from the mountain before we went into town, we're gonna do that right now.
You'll move close.
Oh, and equipment is very expensive in this game. It is a lot of gold to do upgrades consistently. Again, it's not a problem if you're playing casually. Generally, like, you'll make more than enough.
Quite convinced you found their stash.
But yeah, this game is very tight on money. Even casually, if you're buying all the upgrades, you can get kind of tight.
All right, now we got the steel breastplate. So that's a free armor. That saves us some money.
Mm-hmm.
A thick fog impedes your vision. You surmise this is in no small part why they call it the Bewildering Wood.
This place was I would say a pretty early challenge to road out properly.
Yeah.
This is also one of the more difficult areas to deal with because a lot of the enemies are resistant to a lot of your damage, so just something that we have to keep in mind. They also have a lot of defense, so a lot of these enemies in here as well. So a lot of heavy use from like Mar and Melanie mainly right now. Thankfully, pretty much everything here is weak to fire. So that's pretty good for us. Roundhouse is good.
Many a brave.
I didn't mean to click on him.
A certain tool one needs to get through this place.
So there's some items in here we're going to be picking up. If we remember, do that. Because I kind of need them. Oh, wrong spell.
Fortune favors the bold.
I'm always misled by this character because they cast what they're weak to, which is the weirdest thing. So they resist lightning as well because of their high armor as well, so I'll make sure that I cast their weakness. They also do a lot of damage, which is pretty insane. So one of the other caveats too is that when you level up, we haven't mentioned this at all yet, but when you level up, your characters get a full heal, which is super nice. So at times you'll probably see me not heal specifically, and that's because I have what I think is an impending level up coming up. So a lot of the times I'll just keep them barely at reasonable HP.
A message is written on the sign. Seek out the 4 Stela hidden deep in these woods. You hear a beautiful melody flowing from the forest, attributing it to your imagination.
Alright, so this is one specific event that'll happen, but we'll get like a song that plays.
Melody stops.
And I'm gonna ignore it every time because it's a 50-50 whether or not it's a good or a bad thing for that particular event.
You have found the southern Stela. You smack it and hear a sound off to the west. You'd best head that way next.
Alright, so we have the Stela. So we can't jump in this area everywhere. We can only go a certain distance, so something that we have to keep in mind in certain dungeons and stuff. That we can't just jump wherever the hell we want, unless we've been there and it's close enough. Which is unfortunate. Also, these slimes are like adorably cute. It's sad that we have to kill them. Alright, so we have a Windstay ring now. We had that breastplate from earlier. We're gonna go ahead and equip Mar. Just like one spot too short to be able to jump straight to the Stela, unfortunately.
Down was not here when you came in. Nevertheless, you give it a smack.
So this is also one of those unique dungeons in this game where it kind of shifts and changes as you go through it, which is pretty neat. There'll be breaks in the run. Just not during gameplay sections. You won't even notice that the break happened. That's as much as I'm gonna say. Yes, Mar. Oh, you left it alive with 1. Okay, that's not that bad. Oh, never mind. Heal. I am not getting lucky with items off those fights.
You have found the Northern Stela. It doesn't look particularly special. You resolve to touch it anyhow.
Alright, so that's the third one. Yeah, jump mechanics saving us a lot of time in this area, just because we can like go around corners and
About
stuff,
the enemy.
which is nice. Slimes are a nice fight to get in here because they're the easiest of the possible encounters, but they don't offer nearly as much XP as the Dryads, which are one of the more tougher enemies here, or the Harpies. I haven't seen a Harpy encounter yet, which is odd. So, yeah, once again, making use of that flat damage roll to jump over these Trent's armor. Being at a 10, unless you have a weakness to it, you can't really do a whole lot of damage. So, just something that we try to be mindful of when you're going up against certain encounters.
Yeah, it's 21 hours to speedrun both games. Well, like letting the narration play out. It's much shorter otherwise.
Yeah, around individually, the first game is about 3 or so hours, depending on RNG. It could even be less. If you get a God tier run, you could see it as low as about 230. But like, that's asking for a lot.
The game is nothing like Magic or Gwent. It's just using cards as presentation.
Yeah, it's pretty much a straight up RPG, like a JRPG.
It is mechanically identical to a JRPG. It's just the whole concept of it is it's one narrator speaking the whole thing. Yeah, it's just presented in a unique fashion.
I like the aesthetics of this game a lot. It's very pleasing. The music is by far one of the best things in the sound design. And the story is really, really good too. I think one of the main key pieces of this game is how everything works very well with the story. Alright, we got freeze. So, essentially, if we want to, we can just avoid all the random encounters now.
You have found the Eastern Stela. You see the words melody of
running in this game is a dice roll as well, but it can be both impossible or nearly impossible, and then nearly
you hear a sound, and it's not all that far away.
Yeah, it can be nearly impossible, or it can be 100% likely. It'll tell you though before, like it tells you what range you need.
Yeah, there's fights that you think you'll win, and then just you can't win them
The message
because
you hold the woodland
happenstance
folk
happens.
received from the good doctor and Thrist.
But yeah, no, it's
Doot, doot, doot,
there's no like
doot,
actual
doot,
deck
doot,
really.
doot.
The happenstance deck
You
is
blow
technically a
handful
deck,
of
but
pleasant
I mean
bass notes into
it's
the
just
woodland
presentation.
flute.
Like you should have happenstance without the card theme for sure.
You soon become aware of accompanying percussion, which reveals itself to be a series of impeccably timed footfalls racing toward you.
All right, we got a very interesting character now.
Hmm.
A young woman appears before you. That was absolutely dreadful, she whinges, her jaunty gait betraying her enjoyment.
Yes,
She-
there
Super
is a
bosses?
super
Yes.
boss.
And
There's
declares
multiple super
herself
bosses
a
in this
woodland,
game particularly.
resident of the bewildering wood.
I found 2 in Forsaken Maiden.
By sheer
But there's, like,
coincidence, the
3
flute
in this
which
one.
You played those
Yeah,
notes
they're
was one
they're presented
designed to call the
as side
woodland
quests.
people
The
to
game
your
does
side.
not let you try to fight them before like too early
Stunned by
either.
your
Like you
good
can't just accidentally
fortune,
just
you ask
wipe
Riddis
and not
to
realize
lead
it's a
you
super boss.
eastward
Yeah,
out
one of
the
them is
forest.
accessible as early as mid-game in IDR, and then the others are
What luck.
access one
She
near the very
agrees
end
far
and one
more
post-game.
readily than you ever anticipated. But, she continues, extending her hand.
In
You'll
the
have to hand over the woodland flute.
Forbidden Maiden, there's one before the end of the game, there's one post-game, and I haven't found any others yet.
You hand over the flute, firmly restating that she may have it on the condition she leads you out of the bewildering wood.
One of the super bosses in IDR is actually required for true ending as well.
Riddis
So-
plucks the woodland flute out of your hands with glee and begins playing it as she skips away.
But as a speedrun sense, unless I was doing this in New Game Plus, that fight is almost impossible.
Well, playing is a generous term.
Yeah, and
It
if
sounds
you're
as though
wondering
she
like
may as well be
if you feel like you
murdering
recognize some of these designs, it is the music and the art
Riddis
and the
makes it
story
clear
are all
that
written by the
fastest way
exact same
out of
team
the
that did
woods is through
Nier
the
and Nier
wood,
Automata.
where she
And Drakengard.
Yeah, and Drakengard. Same people.
It's that
Same
away,
character designer.
Riddis says
Yoko Taro's writing
gleefully,
writes the
pointing
story,
past the stela
um,
before you.
and they made a separate studio now. Can't remember the name of their new sound studio, but they also worked on a couple. They worked on something else very recently. Their sound team. I just can't remember the name. It's a new game that has the same sound team as Automata.
Yeah, Frieza is gonna be so helpful coming up. Oh boy.
100% in this game, probably like if you're doing all flip sides, all number cards, fighting the true final boss.
I think it's 12 hours, roughly, without
Like-
skipping anything.
Yeah, like, it's quite a bit in this game. It's this game is deceptively short, like because you can do most of it as you play. Some flip sides require you to farm encounters. You can only get flip sides by killing monsters X amount of times. And every boss throughout the game, except for some of the last ones, show up as random encounters later on.
Welcome
So
to
you have to like
Woodland,
farm the
Riddis
final
says,
dungeon quite a bit.
gesturing out over the village.
But to get the
Now,
true
excuse
final
me,
ending is
I'm
not that much
quite
longer
busy
than the main
for the
game.
rest of the day, so you'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're doing New Game Plus,
Forest,
getting true
she
ending is
says,
not that
and
bad
makes
because
her
there
way.
is semi-progress that's carried
That
over.
girl is in a world of her own.
Alright, so this is the important buy. We need to do that right now.
How may I
Yeah,
help
if we
you?
don't do it here, the
Requires-
shop is closed for reasons.
Yeah, so we're buying the Mercenary Sword for Ash. And then we're buying the Knight's Armor as well.
If you don't buy that sword, he literally can't deal damage in this upcoming fight. He will deal 1 damage and sometimes 0. I know I said earlier there is ways to deal 0 damage. It's from status effects, but without that, the rod is less required. But we have the money for it.
Yeah.
Because we
I
can just
like it
attack weaknesses.
because it really helps with the fight, and we have the money for it.
Yeah,
Will
it's
that be all?
yeah, it does help. Like yeah, it's exactly that. Like it's not required because we can hit a weakness. She deals more than enough damage with
Been a
freeze.
while since we've had any
With
outsiders. It
Ridis
turns out this inn
assistant,
is
Ridis
simply a
can
place
dish
where
out
the
a lot of
poor
damage in that
lost
fight.
souls trapped in the bewildering wood may recover.
Eddie.
You may stay as long as you like, free of charge.
So.
The wooden dining table practically
Also, a funny
groans under
gauge
the
in all
weight
of these
the
games.
platters upon it, all
You
brimming with
should, when you play
meats
this
and
game, talk to
vegetables from the
every NPC and
bewildering
enter
wood.
every building. There is a really funny gauge with the inns. There's
Certainly
always a
heard
reason the inn is
this,
free every
you
single
say to
time.
yourself, as you slide
The
into
inns
your
don't
seat
cost
at
any
the
money in this game,
table,
in these games.
positively drooling over
And
the
there's
feast
always like a
before you.
weird random
Melanie
reason
takes
why
no
you
note
get
of
to
your
stay at the inn for
boorish
free.
behavior.
Yeah.
Uttering a
The
small
stories for,
prayer of
like, every
thanksgiving
character in this
before
game are
reaching for
really
a plate of
interesting.
vegetables.
I like talking to all the NPCs
Mars
casually.
sits, eyes fixed on the food upon the table, statuesque in his stillness. What a good boy.
Mars, good boy, confirmed.
Mar clears the entire table in a matter of seconds, even emptying the water barrel in a single gulp. He lets out a self-satisfied burp that sends a small jet of just drank water arcing out onto the floor. The sun sinks low, and the day draws to a close. A scream pierces the silence. Fire! You leap out of bed, adrenaline coursing through your veins. The others follow suit, and before long you've burst through the front door and into the street.
If the timer stops as just a graphical thing, it's
Ridis'
still working.
house is ablaze,
Believe me.
a nearby villager screams.
Alright, so the village is on fire, specifically Ridis' house.
My mother is still inside, Ridis shrieks, darting past you to fetch water from the well south of the village.
Alright, so we're gonna go put out the fire.
Ridis is gathering water in an attempt to fight the blaze all on her own.
Alright, so there is a right answer for this. It's always gonna be Mar.
Scrambles over the edge of the well and
We
sucks
just get
the
more
well
dialogue
dry
if we choose
in an
anybody
instant.
else.
He pokes at his swollen belly and gestures toward Ridis' house, as if to say, "Get me back there, quick."
I'm gonna see if the game's gonna let me save. Perfect. Save right here. Just in case. Because the last autosave is gonna be before this section.
Mar douses the house with the water he sucked up from the well. The fire is reduced to mere embers, and all is well. Or so you think. Something darts out from behind the house and attacks.
Alright. This is one of the first really challenging boss fights, I think, in the run. Specifically because of the stuff that Zell had already mentioned a little earlier. With how the mechanics work with a lot of these bosses. Alright, right off the bat. Recovery. As expected. Alright, hoping for a 5 or greater. Perfect. Yeah. Just do a slash. I want to save some of these, gems. Do another freeze. Alright, we're getting lucky with these freeze rolls. Alright, cool. 24 damage. Awesome. That was a good hit. We want to try to keep everybody above 20 HP because his boss does an AoE attack that does quite a bit. This is the attack right here. It's not doing as much right now, but if Happenstance has its way, it can easily one-shot the entire party.
Yeah. But, as you can see here, if Happenstance goes well...
Perfect, flawless fight.
Yeah, like this is... Yeah, that was it. Like that fight the first time I tried to route this game, took me 10 minutes to lose it because I literally couldn't out DPS his heals through my salves and revives.
What would bring
that fight is very rough, and that is why we grind beforehand. From here on out, we get way more bosses and forced encounters. So we need to rely on random encounter experience significantly less.
Breaks on a new day. And
yeah, boss experience is like insanely high now because we'll be under-leveled when we go into them.
Yeah, and this game does have stale leveling. If you are significantly higher level, it gives much less MP. So.
Yeah, that was like an extremely good fight for Pyro Wolf.
Though spared from complete collapse, Ridis's home has been...
I'm sure the game will punish me later for getting a good fight.
Ridis sits alone in one of its rooms, the air thick with the smell of char. There shouldn't be any fire creatures for miles, she grumbles. She says the monster appeared while she was playing the woodland flute last night. As to why any monsters, let alone fire monsters, appeared, well, despite the circumstances, you ask Ridis to lead you out of the bewildering wood as promised. I did promise that, didn't I? She says wearily, rising from her seat. The poor girl is clearly still in shock. Why do you want to venture out beyond the bewildering wood anyway? She inquires, as she gathers this and that in preparation to leave. We are in search of the dragon, you say valiantly, adding, the reward will be significant should we defeat him. Honesty is the best policy. Sounds like a real risky way to make a living, she replies flatly, feigning interest. A group of Ivory Order people came through here just the other day, she explains. You connect the dots with malice. Those three, you seethe. At last, Ridis is ready to depart for the edge of the bewildering wood.
Alright, so now we have Ridis in our party. So now we have 4 party members that we can select between, but we have a maximum of 3. So this is gonna... we're gonna put Ridis in the party for now, specifically because she is really strong out of the gate than everybody else. Which will be very handy getting through the last bit of this forest.
This road takes you to the east side of the bewildering wood, but you'd be hard-pressed to find your way without a woodlander's help, the guard warns. Upon seeing that Ridis is with you, he steps aside and lets you through. The eastern portion of the woods certainly does not want for thick, soupy fog.
Alright, so much like the previous section of Bewildering Woods, we got a bit of a maze to get through here.
Turn away, ready to lead the party deeper into the bewildering wood. Wait just a moment, you lot, calls the voice of an older man from somewhere behind you. Ridis appears to be familiar with him. She calls him Mr. O. Here you are, young lady, he says,
Points to channel
handing her a
name.
slip of paper. Oh dear. Further, Mr. O
1
explains
gazillion gold.
Ridis
does not have that kind of money.
Policy at the time of the conflagration, and so she shall have to pay in full. I'll thank you kindly to pay by the end of the month. Bye now, Mr. O says, receding from view as he returns to the forest. Hee hee. Ridis lets out a bemused chuckle, her demeanor remarkably calm for what has just transpired. She pulls the woodland flute from her cloak and begins softly playing. Ridis's ear-splitting performance, shall we say, draws monsters out from behind the trees. Within moments, they are nearly upon you.
Alright, so this is a forced encounter. So, Ridis is really good. This is why. She can just does insane amounts of damage over a lot of these enemies. Like, she has 16 attack compared to everybody else, so it's 6 more damage than all the other characters, which is very nice. It does mean that we're not using Mar right now, but Mar is a good option here. I used to use Mar for the forest, but Ridis is just a good pickup right now.
Ridis says, burying her face in her old book once more.
You can definitely do some interesting deviations of party setup and stuff throughout the rest of the run going forward.
Anyone in the village, I let you see this, okay?
There's not particularly a good or a bad thing about that. It just means that there's a bit more flexibility based on how you want to play around the RNG.
Play this lucky tune to reverse your financial fortunes and make money woes a thing of the past. No matter how many times I played this last night, our debt never went down, she fumes, incensed. You inspect the page a bit more carefully. Off in a corner, in letters so small as to be illegible, another message reads, "May summon monsters if played incorrectly." You finally see that so long as Ridis holds the flute, this is nothing more than a monster conjuring melody. You snatch the woodland flute from her hands. You have lost your flute-playing privileges, you inform her.
Oh no.
But I'll never escape from this mountain of debt without it, she cries, clearly still believing in the melody of fortune. Melanie quietly opines that while Ridis is many things, bright is not one of them.
Ridis confirmed dumb waifu. Oops. Oh, I don't know why it does that sometimes. Alright, so we're grabbing this. And we're heading down here. We need to grab a piece of armor that's in this area. We really want to grab all of these elixirs along the way, because we likely will need them going forward. And they're extremely expensive on top of that. Okay. I can run from these encounters now. I should be on par with being able to level up off the next forced ones. Alright, so we want this chest that has a knight's chain. The other thing is too, when you're running away from encounters, the roll that you need is based off level. So right now, if it's under, I believe 5 or 6, basically you're above the level. If it's over those numbers, then you're under level. And the higher the number is, the lower level you are versus the encounter.
Ritis chirps, pushing overgrown boughs and shrubs aside. As she does, a hidden path out of the bewildering wood comes into view.
And if the roll is guaranteed 2, which is a minimum, then it's a immediate escape, which means that you're like extremely over leveled, which means almost no experience from the encounter.
At last, you are free of the bewildering wood. Praise the power of the woodlanders, you squeal in admiration of Ritis. She giggles bashfully. You've certainly kept your promise,
Yeah,
you say.
it's coming up the next
Thank
chapter.
you for showing us the way.
A bit
I
more
was
story,
hoping I
and
could
then
join you on your
we get
quest
some
to defeat the
little
dragon.
bosses, and
suddenly
this is where it
blurts
starts to get dark. It doesn't get like super dark. If you've played games like Tales of Symphonia, it's like the same kind
Takes
of
out her
dark
old
twist.
book and thrusts another page in your face.
But yeah,
This
Definitely
week's
picks up in
feature of
difficulty
fortune
from this
is
point
the
going
dragon.
forward.
Boons may befall those who encounter him. Melanie's jaw goes slack. What is the deal with this book? Melanie asks, bewildered. I can probably pay off my debt if we can just defeat the dragon, Ritis chirps, revealing her true intentions. No, I won't dilute my share of the riches any further. No more additions to the party, you bark. Have you no heart? Are you just going to leave a young, helpless girl like me to drown in an ocean of debt and deal with that crusty old man? Ritis fires back relentlessly. I want to go. No. So goes the endless chorus of your thoroughly unproductive argument. Melanie calmly reminds you that the party in its current form stands little chance of defeating the dragon. See? You need me, Ritis says, sensing an opportunity. Your well-reasoned argument of no thwarted, you nod your head in resignation and welcome Ritis to the party.
So we know now that Melanie is the true party leader and not Ash.
yeah. Also, while this is playing out, I just wanted people who were here not that long ago. Apparently, the Brigadine sequel, which is not being released on anything but Switch and PS4, is getting released on PC and on May 11th. So if you like the Brigadine run like 2 runs ago, there you go. Just saw that pass by. Yeah, that's funny that gets announced on the same day. We have the uncanny ability to do that. Games getting announced while we have runs.
Yeah. Boy, there's gonna be a lot of like mini boss fights going forward now, and some of them can be a little hairy if you don't know what you're doing, and if happenstance decides to, well, you know, be what it is. Most of the routing is kind of playing with that in mind, but I mean, it's not odd to do some deviation on your own.
With a displaced air, something shoots across the path right in front of you. It isn't any of your business. You don't even bother looking at it before you carry on.
Alright, so we're grabbing 1000 G chests, which is super nice, because that's a lot of money this early on.
Honestly, either of them are perfectly fine. Are really good games. Like, it's really hard to say one or the other.
I like both a lot. There is certain mechanics in the second game that I like more. But the overall, like, arcing pacing of the first game, I think, is way better in some instances, because the difficulty spiking in the second game, which we will see, is difficult. This game kind of gradually picks up, whereas Forsaken Maiden being a bit more free, tends to be a bit more, you know, difficulty spiking in certain weird areas.
From up ahead. A monster, Melanie shouts, readying for battle.
Oh go, Melanie's at it again.
Mr. Flobby, get back here. It's dangerous out there, a young girl chides, taking the creature back to the village.
This is also one of the shortest chapters in the game, believe it or not.
Unionville, a village where humans and monsters live together in peace.
If not for... If we weren't skipping the dialogue, you can complete all of Chapter 1 and 3 sub 30 easily.
We aren't staying a moment longer than necessary, says an unsettled Melanie, her distaste for monsters plain on her face.
Alright, so Melanie didn't burn Mr. Flobby, so that's a good thing. Mr. Flobby's cute.
Travelers, you hear a voice call from somewhere. Down here, at thy feet, you look down to see a small clump of fur by your boots. The clump of fur speaks. I am Lappy, and I should like to journey forth with thee.
Lappy's kind of cute.
Lappy the furball looks at you with amiable expectations. Why do you want to join us? You ask candidly. I heard a voice calling my name, so I must find to whom it belongs, he answers with a faraway gaze. No, when you say more, do you mean Mar? You ask. Thoroughly rejected by Melanie, Lappy bursts into tears. Lappy says he has no friends because of his aged face and speech. All alone, he decided to leave the village on a journey. Your party is silenced by the crying child with the face of a grown man. You tell Melanie to be nice and quip that both she and Lappy could use a friend. Exhausted from arguing with you, Melanie half-heartedly agrees. Fine, we can be friends.
Melanie really doesn't like monsters
they
still.
are on a dangerous journey to defeat the dragon. As such, they cannot take a child with them. Lappy leaps up and hugs her in his excitement, exclaiming, "Thou hast made me so happy." Till next time, Melanie says, peeling Lappy off of her and placing him on the ground. Though she thought all monsters to be evil, Melanie feels that the ones here are different. Finally, a friend.
Alright, we'll see Lappy again shortly.
You bow, but before you can speak, the man suddenly introduces himself as the village headman. He laughs, then shamelessly praises his own village as being wondrous and peaceful. "And who are you?" he asks. After explaining that you are on a quest to defeat the dragon, the headman invites you to rest your feet a bit in his village. He says that he had heard rumors of the dragon when he traveled the world. You must be tired from your journey. Have a seat. I will have my chef prepare a feast, the headman says, then claps his hands twice to summon a stewardess. Extravagant dishes that you have never seen before are placed on the table before you, each one looking more delicious than the last. "You're drooling," Melanie scowls. You hadn't even noticed. You wipe your mouth with your sleeve, then gasp as you turn to Mar. Perhaps in an attempt to hold himself back, Mar is gnawing on the table corner. There. We'll eat soon," you reassure Mar while gently stroking his head. The doors fly open in the next instant, and a girl runs in. With tears in her eyes, she tells you that her dear companion, Mr. Flobby the Slime, is missing. The headman's eyes go wide in surprise. "We must find that slime right away," he says anxiously. "You are starving, but it doesn't look like you'll be able to partake of the feast before you because of Mr. Flobby's disappearance. We will find your slime, and then we feast," you add quietly.
Alright, time to find Mr.
Melanie
Flobby.
reminds you that you are here to get clues about the dragon from the headman. What's the difference? Literally everything. Hunger taking its toll, you two begin to argue. "Brave heroes," the headman interjects, then bows his head. "Would you please find her slime?" It appears the story has hit a standstill until you find the missing Mr. Flobby. You need to hear the whole story from the young girl.
Alright, so we're gonna go talk to the young girl.
The
Find out
girl
more info about
sobs,
Mr.
wailing
Flobby.
about the missing Mr. Flobby. Melanie places her hand atop the girl's head.
And we need to do this to get a
promises that your
particular
party
item.
will find her companion. The girl then hands something to Melanie. It looks like the muddy handkerchief she used to wipe Mr. Flobby. She asks Melanie to wipe Mr. Flobby with it after you find him. The girl claims to have searched the village but cannot find her friend anywhere. Regardless, looking aimlessly outside the village would be a waste of time. You decide to collect more information in the village.
Alright, so we can talk to a bunch of NPCs, but we're gonna talk to one very specific one down here.
She says she saw a suspicious man in black with a slime outside the village not long ago. She claims they went northwest together. Did that man take Mr. Flobby? You resolve to leave the village in search of the pair.
Alright, so Mr. Flobby confirmed kidnapped. We're gonna go get him.
Yeah. I'm gonna head out for a bit. I'll be popping in and out throughout the run to help commentate and keep MASH alive. But yeah, I want to say thanks to everyone for the marathon. If you didn't know, I'm Zell. I'm the guy who runs the marathon. I want to say thank you. We've raised more money than we usually do in these marathons. So
It would certainly help
thank you guys so
find
much.
your way through the dimly
Keep
lit
donating.
shrine.
If you want to support the channel itself, you can. Subs help, as well as we have like a separate donation link for the channel if you want to help that way. I know some people have a weird thing and they don't like to donate to charities, but we would really appreciate it if you do. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone. I'm gonna head out for a little bit, and you guys have fun. I'll probably pop back in later because I've got all day tomorrow as well off. So thanks, everyone.
Yep, we have a really cool boss fight coming up.
Yeah.
Your footing is obscured in the dimness of the shrine. You should probably proceed with caution. Though you go forth slowly but steadily, taking it one step at a time. You take a good look at the floor and see it lying.
So fun fact, if you actually choose the second option here, you actually trip and take damage.
200 have passed through here.
And that could be bad. I'm also going to check my HP again. Okay. It should be okay.
It looks like poor Mr. Flobby is being held captive by the mystery man. Hand over that slime, you shout to the man in the dark. You speak as if I kidnapped him, he remarks, curtly turning to face you. When your eyes finally adjust to the surrounding darkness, you realize the man's clothes look eerily similar to Melanie's. Melanie's mouth falls open in surprise. It seems the man has noticed Melanie as well. It looks like the two know each other. According to the man, He and Melanie came from the same village and are far from strangers. The man's revelation makes you realize that you know almost nothing about Melanie's past. You ask Melanie about her hometown, but she holds her tongue. Then the man speaks. With forbidden magic, our clan has ensured the dragon, he begins, when Melanie cuts in. She rattles on about the man, telling you that he is Vince, a lunatic obsessed with the dragon. Vince resentfully claims that he is searching for the noble dragon to protect it. You ran away from home with your tail between your legs, he ridicules. Enraged, Melanie lunges at Vince. You have so many questions, but realize that the most pressing matter is getting Mr. Flobby back. So you ready for battle?
Alright, so this fight could go good or bad really quickly. This is our first boss where he has a lot of HP and he does a lot of damage. We're gonna be very careful about that. So we're gonna set up with a poison arrow, hopefully. Alright, good. Hit him with a flame. And again, without the equipment, this fight could also be questionable as well. So poison is going to help every turn by dealing extra damage, which will be super nice. And that'll allow us to whittle them down a bit quicker. Alright, so, this will be the first time we see a status effect go off. So what happens is when an enemy gets, when something gets frozen, the next hit they take will deal double damage. So getting frozen is really bad. In a lot of cases, it could be a life or death sentence. Alright, so happenstance boosting his armor is not a good thing. Okay, we might have to reload this fight. Happenstance is not playing nice. We might still be able to get through this fight. Nope. Alright. Good thing we made that save. So welcome to Happenstance being rude. But this is exactly why I will be making saves. Yeah, that happenstance just happens.
Your footing is obscured in that you go forth slowly but steadily. You take a good look at the floor and see it lined in trails of
unfortunate
liquid.
But it happens.
No doubt a slime or 200 have passed through here.
One of the things that I can do to make it slightly better is I'll temporarily unequip that ring off Mar and put it on Ritus. And then we'll use one of the potions just to give Melanie a bit of extra HP. And then we'll resave here. Very rare that we will die at this section
when you're out,
to happenstance, but it can happen.
According to the man's revelation makes you ask Melanie about.
So skipping through this because we've already listened to it.
So many questions. Careful, he won't go down easy.
Happenstance variants can very much affect the run in a lot of time gain or time loss. It really depends. Like, we had a really good Pyro Wolf, and I was totally expecting the game to screw me in the next possible opportunity, and it did. So, just kind of how things go. So some bosses and enemies have specific attacks that they'll do. Other times, it could be pretty random. There is some set responses that they will do. So a lot of the time you'll see me, without really explaining it, avoid certain situations, but sometimes you just can't. So this is going a lot better than before. Even though we lost Ritus. We just have to get Vince down to a certain HP threshold, and then the fight will be over. So we can just finish it up this way. Happenstance didn't give him armor this time, so that's good for us. He also hasn't casted Whirlwind yet, so... or Gale Storm. But there goes. So we're hoping we can just finish the fight now. Alright, there we go.
During the fight, Vince asks, "Do you know the truth about that village?" The headman...
Yeah, casually happenstance is a good thing, but in a speedrun it's bad.
Those little monsters around too. He begins, but before he can finish...
More often than not, happenstance can be a hindrance in the speedrun.
Winifred, Hedwyn, and Berwyn of the Ivory Order appear. The three brush you aside, fixing their attention on Vince. "So you are the one who disturbs the peace," they exclaim. "Then charge the Ivory Order and that false justice they serve are the true evil here," he retaliates, fighting back.
Alright, that's the end of that fight. Earned a lot of experience. We level up, getting a full heal. So everybody in our party will gain levels, get a full heal out of it, so no big loss.
Seeing the two parties occupied with each other, you realize this is your chance to grab Mr. Flobby.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and save Mr. Flobby.
Perhaps wary of humans, Mr. Flobby dashes out when you draw near.
Alright, so we're going to use the jump mechanic to jump back. If we add a torch for this area, we could get full use of the jump, rather than a restricted view, but it's not a big deal.
When you reach out to grab Mr. Flobby, he suddenly attacks. Lower Mr. Flobby's stamina to calm him down.
Alright, so we gotta calm Mr. Flobby down the only way possible. We have to hurt Mr. Flobby.
Exhausted from the fight, the raging Mr. Flobby...
Don't worry, Mr. Flobby's fine.
But it seems he hasn't yet come to his senses. He glares warily at your party. Find something to help return Mr. Flobby to normal.
So we're gonna use that handkerchief that we got.
You wipe Mr. Flobby's mouth with the handkerchief you received from the girl. Then you hear a quiet voice speak. "That's not my mouth," Mr. Flobby murmurs bashfully. It looks like the girl's familiar scent on the handkerchief returned him to normal. Having regained his senses, Mr. Flobby heads back to the village. You place the increasingly sticky handkerchief in your bag.
Alright, so we've rescued Mr. Flobby. That's all good. Well, it was unfortunate that we died to Vince, but stuff like that may or may not happen.
Approaches and tells you that Mr. Flobby has returned.
We'll go see the girl again.
The girl is ecstatic that Mr. Flobby is finally back home. "I'm happy for you," Melanie says with a smile as she returns the handkerchief. The girl bows her head and thanks you deeply. Mr. Flobby looks as slimy as ever. You just hope it's a happy slime.
Flobby looks
The headman
happy.
wants us to bring Mr. Flobby to him. Would you mind, you ask? Of course not. But bring him back soon, she answers with a bright smile.
Alright, now we gotta head back to the headman. Tell him that we've saved Mr. Flobby.
I am so happy to see you safe and sound, the headman exclaims, giving Mr. Flobby a hug. You explain everything that happened, including the incident with Vince and the Ivory Order. He expresses his relief that the Order will be taking care of the criminal. He then thanks you for your hard work and instructs his stewardess to prepare dinner for your party. You can feel your collective mouths watering at the sight of the lavish meal before you. You, Mar, and Ridis immediately dig in. You aren't sure where you find a moment to breathe among all the feasting. Please, eat to your heart's content, the headman insists with a smile. Once your belly is full, you realize that Mr. Flobby is gone. And then... Room for dessert? The headman asks, offering you a plate of slimy jelly. You feel your stomach churning at the very sight of it. The color strikes you as familiar, and the stickiness sends a shiver down your spine. Is this Mr. Flobby? You ask the headman, your voice trembling in disbelief. The headman looks at you with a plain expression.
Surprise! The headman decided to make Mr. Flobby into dessert.
Problem? He questions back. This dish is a masterpiece, he remarks with a light-hearted chuckle as he gazes at the jelly. And I have you brave heroes to thank for it. Had you not brought that slime back, we would not be able to enjoy this exquisite dessert.
Alright, so we're just gonna awkwardly leave.
You move to leave, but the headman stops you. I try to get my meat while it's still young and tender, but at least your pet is very plump, he remarks, licking his lips. He points at Mar and asks, would you consider leaving that creature here with me?
Alright, so we can have... we're obviously gonna do the smart thing. We're not gonna try to ask for a price. We're just gonna say, no, you can't have Mar. We love Mar.
Think about it, he entreats. And then... you grab the headman by his lapels, hands trembling in fury.
Obviously, Headman doesn't take no for an answer, so we're gonna have to pummel the sense into him.
Don't hold back. You pummel the headman with all your might. Curled up on the ground, the headman groans in pain, but insists that monsters were meant to be eaten. You hug Mar tightly, reassuring him that you will not hand him over to anyone. Mar looks at you with his round eyes and mews softly. You meet eyes with the rest of your party and reach a tacit agreement. Together, you all stand and leave.
Yes, Mari took a pretty dark turn all of a sudden. Well, yeah, Mar's our cutie.
As you are about to leave the headman's house, though, the old man suddenly charges at you from behind. But Mar, the keener of you two, is quick to block his path. With a crash, Mar and the headman tumble to the ground. From the headman's hand falls a small blade. It clatters to the ground, covered in blood.
I'm not sure what the price he tries to offer, but it's a
You
low
take the
sum.
injured Mar to an inn where you can watch over him. You gaze at the unconscious Mar with concern. Despite the shallow wound, no amount of medicine seems to rouse Mar from the bed.
Poor
I
Mar.
heard that my friends were in danger, so I came as quickly as I could, Lappy says. As he reaches Mar's bedside, he leans over and licks his wound. "This is what-you-call-it extract," he shouts. He explains that it is a poison extracted from a certain monster. If it enters the body, it drastically reduces one's stamina. Hearing those words, you realize the headman's blade must have been coated in this poison. Mar's condition starts to make sense. "Isn't there anything we can do?" Melanie asks. Lappy's eyes widen in realization before he places his mouth over Mar's wound and begins sucking. He then puts the what-you-call-it extract into a bottle and hands it to you. Lappy says that if you follow the road south of the village, you will reach Shoreland. He tells you to give the extract to the famous nutritionist there. Realizing that you are at fault for this, you don't hesitate to undertake the quest.
Alright, so now we have to go save Mar.
The extract comes from a monster, so it should have no effect on one, Lappy remarks with a curious tilt of his head.
So unfortunately, Mar has now left the party, being wounded, dying to the poison, so that's a bit sad right now. Yeah, it's similar to rattlesnake venom in a way. Make a quick rest at the
It
inn.
appears the headman's long-standing pronouncement on the welcoming of all magical creatures also applies to...
So next thing we need to do is, need to buy some stuff. So we're gonna buy the Minstrel Blade. There's a damage improvement for Ash, and then we're gonna buy the Fairy Dress for Melanie. And then we're going to equip the Knight's Mail that we picked up earlier to Ridis. She shares similar equipment to both Mar and Melanie, in a way. We're also going to double check our skills really quickly. I think Melanie needs some skill adjustments, so we need Thunderstorm, I believe, is what we need. Freeze, and then Zypher, and Flame. Okay, cool. Now that we're done that, we can leave. And that ends this chapter. No, if we sold Mar, the headman would have eaten Mar. So that wouldn't have actually saved him. In the context of the story. The only reason why the headman even allows monsters there is so that they can be befriended, breeded, and then eaten. That is such a sad and terrible joke, Megan. Oh. Alright, so now we're gonna head to Shoreland. We're gonna go meet that nutritionist with the whatchamacallit extract.
You come up its own. However willing you might be, you don't have the armor depicted, so you walk away.
So we're going to be running away from a lot of these encounters, because we're basically where we need to be level-wise, which is good. We want Thunderstorm on Melanie for the very purpose of this next
Look,
fight.
you two, it's the sea, Ridis exclaims, frolicking in glee. You, on the other hand, trudge along as far as you can from the coast, ignoring the hair sticking to your forehead. Feeling something at your feet, you glance down. There's something underneath your boot. It appears you've stepped on a monster's cape, making it very upset. It attacks you in fury.
Alright, so these are going to be lizardmen. They're a lot stronger than they look. This fight's not that scary, but it can be pretty bad. So we're gonna Thunderstorm, because they are weak to water, or to lightning, sorry, because they are water-based. We'll use that to our advantage. Happenstance being kind of nice, which is good. Let's use Thunder again. Yeah, Thunder is a really, really good spell. Cool. Alright. Not too bad. Happenstance was nice enough. And we got double proof from Melanie, which will be helpful with resistances. Yeah, it's a JRPG told in a style or sense of like D&D campaign if you want to look at it that way.
You hear a roar in the distance. According to the townsfolk, it is a very recent phenomenon. Rumor in the village has it that it might be the dragon.
Yeah, casually, this game is very kind
The
to you.
sign on the door reads, "The Great Nutritionist Oreo."
Still a bit of a challenge, though, casually.
You open the door without knocking. Is anyone home, you call? A muscular man emerges from the back. You politely ask if he is the nutritionist. Indeed, I am the nutritionist Oreo, he answers. He says he has been studying dietetics here for many years.
Oreo
You
cookie.
hand Oreo the extract and explain that your comrade is now bedridden because of it. He stares at the extract for a long time, and then opens the bottle and laps at the liquid inside. "That's poison," Melanie shouts in alarm. The man insists that he'll be fine with his expertise of nutrition, and insists that knowledge is power, as if that will help somehow. Regardless, it seems he managed to grasp the composition of the poison with that lick, and starts concocting a nutritional supplement to counter it. However, he says he needs a spry fish, which has been difficult to catch lately. He needs a special fish to make the necessary supplement. When he explains that you can catch one in the surrounding...
Yeah, this
Ridis confidently...
this guy
interjects.
Oreo is like super buff.
She shows you a page from her ancient tome, which explains the ecology...
Not at all like the doctor way back in the other village.
That book comes in handy from time to time, Melanie remarks in surprise. Oreo gasps as if remembering something. He says that his son went out fishing and, with a bit of luck, may have already
I
caught
mean,
spry fish.
there's fishing in some
It sounds
sense,
like
but
his son
not the
is
way
fishing
you
with a
wish.
wolf. You decide to go find him.
It's nothing at all like an actual RPG as far as fishing goes.
You see a young man with his line in the water and call out to him. He turns around and flexes, shouting out suddenly, "Power,
Power is power.
You stare, enchanted by his bulging musculature. There is no doubt in your mind that this is Oreo's son. He asks if you have business with him. Though you are pretty sure of the answer, you ask the young man if he is the nutritionist's son. That I am, he answers. He introduces himself as Bruno and says he is learning to be a nutritionist like his father. You introduce yourself, expressing to him that you are a hero on a journey and require a spry fish to save your ill comrade.
Is his name Reese?
His
No,
eyes
his name
begin
is
to
Bruno.
sparkle
I'm
the
sorry.
moment you utter the word hero, and he becomes engrossed in your tale. More or less grasping the situation, he regrets to inform you that he has not caught any spry fish yet. He says that a monster has settled near their town, and its thundering roars have scared most of the fish away. You know Oreo needs a spry fish to make that supplement. Hearing the despair in your voice, Bruno speaks, his words like an ember in the dark.
But yeah, Bruno is
Tells
like
you that there's a
husbando
harbor near town
in the
where
game.
fishermen gather. Perhaps you can find the fish you seek there. You thank him for the information, then head to the harbor with your comrades. Just as you are about to leave, Bruno offers to escort you there. Is it a reward you're after? You are about to ask, but Melanie smacks you on the head before you can voice it and allows him to come along.
Melanie does the bonking in this group. Definitely not the other way around. The men get bonked. Alright, so we're gonna go to the armor here. We're gonna buy frost mail. We're gonna equip that to Bruno. We need that extra armor for the next fight. And then we're gonna go head to the harbor to go get the spry fish.
Bruno looks ecstatic that he was allowed to join your party. When you ask him why, he tells you that his dream is to be an adventurer and has thus been training every day.
Yeah,
But
Bruno just has a sword
the
for
world
show.
of
He'll
nutrition
explain that.
Forced him into following in his footsteps. One desires strength, the other knowledge. Unable to see eye to eye, the two fight nearly every day. What will you ask Bruno? You ask Bruno about his sword arm, saying you are something of a swordsman yourself. Bruno replies that he specializes in hand-to-hand combat, then flexes his bulging biceps as proof. Apparently, he only carries around a sword to look like an adventurer. Curious about his attire, you ask why he does not wear armor. He confessed that he once wished for armor, but deemed it unnecessary after gaining so much muscle.
Bruno's the definitive proof that muscle beats armor every day.
For being an adventurer is true. He is dumber than a sack of rocks. The words "birds of a feather flock together" run through your mind, but you quickly chase them away, afraid of what that means for you.
Alright, so now that we've gotten Bruno's introduction out of the way, we can head to the harbor. And this next part is really, really funny. It's probably one of the more funny parts for me. I think it's really good. We're gonna make a save though, just in case, because it can go south pretty quickly. It's not an easy fight.
A rough-tempered piscator stands there, having just returned from fishing. Mars' fate rests upon this man's haul. Terrible, he says, showing you the few fish he's caught. Inside you see a spry fish, Bruno shouts. You ask him if you can have the spry fish, but he says he won't give it up for free. When you ask how much it will cost, he gives the absurd price of 1,000,000 gold pieces.
Gee, that's a lot.
You're heartless, Ridis pouts. The man is enraged by the rude response. Just then, Bruno prances forth and shouts, "Stop right there! Your fisherman muscles are simply sublime," he exclaims. He challenges the man to a competition of muscles with the spry fish as the prize. The piscator seems interested and agrees on one condition. If you lose, you must become my servant. This one's all yours, Melanie says, patting you on the shoulder. Then let the carnival of might and muscles begin, Bruno roars, completely fired up.
Nutrition!
Puny body is no match for mine, the piscator shouts back, throwing a punch.
Alright, let's see if we can do this first try. Because he is a lot stronger than us. Which is why we bought that armor. Alright, happenstance, plea nice. Alright, we're both buffing up. Bruno's gonna strike first.
You're doing great.
Piscator's gonna retaliate with a haymaker. Oh, and he missed! Oh, he missed! Happenstance gonna trigger, buffing up damage. Bruno's gonna go for a bull rush. Oh, he knocks him down. He's low. He's wounded. What's gonna happen next? Bruno goes in for a chop. Oh, and it's quick finish. Piscator goes down without a struggle.
His victory sealed, Bruno strikes a glorious pose and shouts out, "Witness the power of power."
Alright, that was actually a really, really good fight for the happenstance.
Fish to Bruno.
So, very, very happy about that. We could have actually done that without the armor,
Bruno
but I don't want to risk that.
Piscator, who has fallen to his knees. With a serene smile,
Hello,
he takes the offered
cuties.
hand.
I see ya in chat. Cute guy. Nice
An
to see ya.
unspoken friendship begins to form between the two. Or at least, you hope that's what the prolonged silence between them means.
The bonding of muscles. Friendship was born out of pure nutrition. Yeah, we got a little bit of JoJo right there. Which is actually really funny.
With the spry fish in hand, you head back towards Oreo's clinic. Bruno looks at your group sadly, reluctant for this little adventure to end.
Alright, so we're gonna head back to Bruno's father.
You hand the fish to Oreo and ask him to make you the supplement. "Give me a moment," he says, then takes the fish and heads into the back. "It's ready," he says, emerging from his room and handing you a bottle. You hope this will get Mar back on his feet. You need to get back to Unionville on the double. But before that, you face Bruno and say, "Take care," then run off. But Bruno stops you and says he wants to...
Alright, so another fun tidbit. If we answered with the other one, we would have handshaked them, and then Bruno would have crushed our hand. And we would have taken damage.
And study, he commands. "Then you leave me no choice," Bruno's expression reads as he raises both hands behind his head and, Squats at hyper speed.
All right, now we got some squatting
"I want
action.
to show this power to the world," Bruno proclaims to his father. "You have much to learn, my son," Oreo retorts as he starts sidestepping at breakneck speed. Only the sound of their labored breathing and bodies moving resonates through the otherwise silent room. You can only look on in stunned silence at the enigmatic display.
This goes on for a while. Skip
Bruno
fast forward.
falls to his knees, panting. "This is my limit." "You have grown, my son," Oreo says, looking no worse for wear. "So are you coming with us or not?" Melanie interjects, ever the blunt one. "Only our muscles know the answer," comes Bruno's cryptic reply. "I don't get it," Ridis remarks frankly. On the condition that he study nutrition upon his return, Bruno is allowed to go with you for just a little while longer. You realize that these two have a very special way of talking that no one else can understand.
Yes, they just flex their muscles and they happen to be able to communicate. Alright, so now we can leave.
Hearing yet another roar in the distance, you realize you need to get the supplement to Mar so you can investigate the sound together.
Alright, we're gonna finally return to Mar with the energy concentrate that we now have in hopes that we can help Mar recover so that we can continue the story.
Here to stay the night? The innkeeper asks the moment you set foot in the inn. Mar lies listlessly upon the bed, looking somewhat haggard. You help Mar sit up. "Drink this, Mar," you say to him gently. He weakly opens his mouth, and you slowly pour the energy concentrate inside. Mar abruptly bolts up and turns his head toward you with a puzzled look. It looks like Mar is all better now.
Bear hug!
You give Mar a tight hug. Mar mews softly in discomfort. Overcome with joy, you sob and stroke Mar's head. Melanie and Ridis watch you two with a smile. Bruno is deeply moved to see nutrition bringing a smile to others.
I don't know if we'd call that a 5-hour energy.
With this, you can finally put the happenings of that strange...
Definitely nutrition
You decide
being
to take Bruno
very, very
back to
strong.
Shoreland, then continue your search for the dragon.
Alright, so we're gonna set up our party now. Okay, so we can do a couple things. So we're gonna put Ash back in the party. We're gonna keep Melanie. We're actually gonna carry Bruno with us. Oops, I didn't mean to go out of that menu. We're gonna go into equipment. We're gonna go ahead and take off the stuff. I missed grabbing the Wednesday ring. Then we're gonna go and equip Wednesday to Bruno because he's slow. And I also forgot to equip Mara with Knight's Chainmail. And we should be good. So normally I'd switch back to Mar for this bit. But having Bruno in the party is actually pretty nice. Let's go back to Shoreland. Yeah, green tea is really, really good.
You arrive at Bruno's house. Though he seems to want to adventure a little more, he reluctantly enters his house. You ask Oreo if he knows anything about the monster behind that mighty roar.
But
He
yeah,
says
optionally
that
at this
Ness is
point, you
atop
can
a
either
tower
use
not far from town.
Mar, Ridis, or Bruno
With that, your next destination
in the next
is
section.
decided.
There's
Here,
pros and cons
you will
to
part ways with
everything.
these two, but you owe a great. Bruno looks at you, his eyes begging you to let him come along. What will you say? Let us defeat the dragon together, you say to him. You are sure his power and knowledge will come in handy against the beast. And you realize with a grin, he will be so happy just to come along that he will not want a share of the reward. Bruno is happy he can continue the journey, but Oreo stops him before he can get carried away. You must stay here and study, Oreo says. Bruno explains that the journey thus far has taught him the splendor of nutrition, and he now wishes to travel the world to deepen his knowledge. After hearing his son out, Oreo suddenly removes his glasses. And in the blink of an eye, the flesh of Bruno's cheeks, pectorals, and abdomen recess. And Bruno is lifted off his feet with a dull roar. Your eyes go wide at Oreo's assault, which was too fast for your eyes to catch. Knowledge of nutrition can help save lives, but also strike down enemies, Oreo says softly. Wow, nutrition is incredible, Ridis marvels, not putting too much thought into the events before her. Knowledge is the true power. You tremble, never wanting to make an enemy of Oreo. Though Oreo still deems his son's knowledge insufficient, he tells him to travel the world and surpass him someday. Thank you, Father, Bruno says from the ground, moved to tears by the strength of Oreo's knowledge. So it comes to pass that
What
you
a good family
travel
moment.
with Bruno to find the roaring beast. Yet another colorful character.
Alright, so Bruno now officially joins our party. And then that ends chapter 4. So we have 3 pretty beefy sections to get through for the rest of the game now. And that's not just because of story, it's a lot of combat and stuff along the way. But, yep, our band of 5 is now going to head to the dragon. So we have to head southwest, but we're going to travel over to the east here.
Onward. There's no harm in trying it, he bold. Only a fool. The suspicious doctor grumbles mightily.
Again, we're going to avoid
Show
these
his
random events as much as
discontent he
possible.
takes his leave.
So we got to go around this mountain. There is a chest behind here with a ring of protection, which will be useful. We're going to go ahead and equip that to
Don't
Melanie
hold
to
back.
give her some extra armor. Because Melanie is pretty weak. She has the lowest defense of the party, and obviously that means she can take more damage from a lot of the enemies. We'll grab that. Then we'll jump back over here. We'll head south. There's going to be a chest that we want to pick up. And that'll have some more money in it. We're going to avoid fighting any of these rock enemies because they have insanely high defense, even though they have really low HP. They just take too long to kill. And they're not really worth the effort. So we pick up that chest. Grab that money, we'll jump back up here. And we're going to continue going west here to the tip, so that we can get to the tower that we need to get to. And this will be one of the longer, lengthier dungeons as well in the game. And in this dungeon's in particular, there's a bunch of mini bosses along the way.
At the Tower of Legend. Is everyone ready? You ask with a posed look. Bruno is the first to respond. But this is just an old lighthouse, he remarks, oblivious to your sudden embarrassment. Riddis snorts to herself, seeing you red in the face from jumping to conclusions.
Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and equip Melanie with that ring. We want Melanie to hit level 12.
It appears
so that she can get
door
charge.
has a magic seal on it. Unfortunately, it is out of her realm of expertise. Riddis rolls up her sleeves and shouts, "Open Sesame." You swear you have heard these words somewhere before. You all watch in silence as the door stays shut. You snort to yourself, seeing Riddis red in the face.
Oh, Riddis. Alright, so obviously we open the door with Bruno.
Exhales deeply, then places both hands on the door. He pushes with all his might, his breath labored.
Yeah, Riddis tried.
Chest heaving, sweat dribbling. And it opens. It seems the magic seal...
Yeah, and Bruno just yeets the door.
...from the physical might of your most stalwart companion. This is the power of power, Bruno pants, but you promptly ignore him and enter the tower.
Alright, so we're gonna enter the tower, we're gonna navigate through here. So there's a couple things that we want to pick up along the way, like an elixir.
Don't hold back.
That's not the direction I clicked on, but okay. Alright, so there's our first harpy. Okay, we got lucky running away. I don't like harpies at all. They deal a lot of AoE damage. Alright, so there's a money chest on this floor. That we want to get on the edge.
And...
so on this floor, you would think, yeah, why not just go straight through on that narrow path that goes straight. Don't. We also want the chest that's on the other side, so if that was the case, then we'd have to go back around to get the chest anyways. Also, the encounter rates going forward are going to be a lot higher as well, considering that we're under-leveled. That does play a bit of a factor for the area. Oh, I failed that roll. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, we'll just fight it then. Thunderstorm's nice, because it hurts all of these enemies pretty well. So Melanie should be getting close to having charge. We're gonna make the save here as first mini boss of the tower.
Foolish humans. Did you come here to consign the drops of salvation to oblivion? The monster asks. It sounds like he is saying something important, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Bruno is admiring his own muscles gleaming in the torchlight. You have made a poor choice. Ridis has given up on thinking and whistles an offbeat melody to herself. You have made a poor choice. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks.
Okay, I know it sounds like there's a correct answer for that, but there really isn't. You're forced into the fight regardless.
Rout the enemy.
Yeah, diplomacy is always met with failure in this game, which is pretty funny. So this is a stronger lizardman than the previous ones. So just something to keep in mind. I should probably heal. Alright, we got a crit on the heal, so that's good. This guy does a lot of damage, so it's actually pretty scary.
Oh?
I'm gonna stay above 20 if possible. Alright, so he lowered his defenses, which is good for us, but it also means he's gonna hurt more. Alright, that was a good roll. That's fine. Yeah, we got a lot of level ups here, which is nice. And then everybody gets basically a full heal from that as well, so don't need to worry about Ash having died in that fight. What level are we, by the way? Oh, we have an enemy. Can't check that till after. So we need Melanie and Ash to hit level 12, ideally. Yeah, attack down is not good. We're gonna run from this fight anyways, if we're allowed. There we go. I need to check levels. One level off. Okay. So the next mini boss should give us the level up that we want.
Something glimmers on the floor. Melanie suggests it might be money. You are instantly upon the shining object, picking it up. Melanie asks why you have such a fixation with money. We were poor, so you begin. Then remember being serious isn't in your character. Leaving your past a mystery, you quickly throw aside the shiny piece of glass and move on.
Isn't in our character. Alright, so on the 4th floor, there's going to be an elixir that we want to grab as well. Yeah, escaping from some of these fights too, because we're a lower level, is going to be a little bit more difficult. Just because this area is a little bit higher level than us. Been pretty good at getting away from these fights, so that's good. So in the center of that room is actually another ring. It's another numbstay ring, like the one that we picked up at the very start of the game, so it prevents paralysis, but we don't need it. So we can actually skip that one. If we want to. So this is the 4th floor. We're going to go around the outside first because we want that elixir. I'm being very careful not to actually click off the side of the area, because you will fall, believe it or not, to the very bottom of the tower. I happen to misstep, which would not be fun at all. Not much of a time loss, but still a time loss regardless. So I grab that elixir. And we can just jump straight over here. Nice and handy. I'm actually gonna do this fight because I kind of want to get the charge before the next fight, because it'd be very handy. But I don't know if this fight will give me enough experience for that, but we'll see. No, I didn't need the crit. Cool, we got charge. Awesome. That's exactly what I want. And we got a free heal out of that, so that's nice. Worked out in our favor. Not from... I don't know about falling down there. I can't remember if you actually take fall damage from dropping off the tower or not. I don't really want to try that. I can't remember, though. I haven't done that in quite a while. I know there's events that can cause a lot of damage to you, but... generally, we're avoiding all those. I don't know why I went to equipment. We need skills. Alright, so... for Melanie, we want Charge, Flame, Cypher, and Thunderstorm. We don't need anything else for anybody. That's good enough.
Have you savages no mercy? The dragon's heart and body have already been reduced to naught, it says. It sounds like he is saying something profound, but you do not understand it in the slightest. Realizing the creature's words are beyond her comprehension, Ridis gives up on thinking and yawns loudly. Bruno silently compares his muscles against the monster's, then grins proudly to himself, the obvious victor. You feel your eye twitch, realizing that your comrades may be the death of you. While everyone is distracted, the monster attacks.
Alright, so big ogre. Alright, let's hope this fight goes okay. Nice. We got a crit with the weakness. That was good. I'm gonna boost my defense here just because he hurts a lot. Ooh, Melanie barely survived. If it wasn't for that defense boost, she would have died, for sure.
That was lucky.
So we don't really have a healer in the party unless we want to, like, early on, so we have to use our MC to do a lot of our healing right now. And it's not very good healing either. Oh yeah, we're gonna play it safe. Normally I would boost my damage, but I want to make sure that we survive. Considering how Wild Happenstance goes, I want to be as safe as possible when approaching a lot of these fights under-leveled. Unfortunately, we missed. That's not what I meant to do. So Happenstance is being kind of kind to us with giving damage boosts, but unfortunately it's going to everybody and not just us. So that's a bit problematic.
Nice work.
But we made it through. We didn't even have to burn an elixir, so that's good. We have spinning right now. So that'll be a nice handy skill for Ash.
Though the battle is over, you cannot stop thinking about what those monsters were saying. Come on, we have to defeat that dragon, Melanie says assuredly. Why are you so obsessed with defeating the dragon? You ask her. She explains that her mother was killed by the dragon. She did not say any more, but her hatred for the beast was clear in her eyes.
Alright, so skills, we're gonna equip Ash. We're taking off Cure for Spinning Ray, because that's pretty useless. We're gonna also make a save here. We just have to head around the outside here. So we picked up a magical key on one of the earlier floors. We'll be using that to open the door at the very top of the tower. If we don't have that key, then we can't actually advance. So we gotta make sure that we pick that up.
You hear the roar again. It seems to be coming from the upper levels. Mar mules, as if in response to the creature's growl. Enamored by the adorable noise, you pet Mar on the head. You're obsessed, Melanie remarks snidely, but looks at you two as if wanting to pet Mar too. It sounds like the roaring beast is close.
Yeah, assumptions are not a thing to be ever trying to make in Dragoneer games or anything that Yokotaro has worked on, just because it's never gonna go the way you expected, even if you think you know. Things are not always as clear as they seem to be or are made out to be. Now, ideally for this next fight, we want to be like level 14, but it's definitely manageable under that level. I think we're like level 13 right now.
The door before you is shut quite tightly. It appears to have a keyhole. The magical key may be of use here. You insert the magical key into the hole and turn. You hear the lock come undone with a loud clank. The dragon may be just ahead. Now we slay the dragon for riches. On your demotivating words, everyone proceeds through the doorway.
Alright, so I have to go around the holes here. Alright, so this next boss fight can be quite difficult, because it's not really what you expect for difficulty right off, like, for how much it spikes right here. But if the other fights we went through getting up here were any indication,
Before you stands the dragon you have been searching.
this will be a tough fight as well. Or at least it can
More
be.
assassins, the dragon sighs weakly. Whether or not the beast is weak, you care not. You muster up your courage and shout, "Prepare yourself, you big lizard." But the dragon's roar sends your bravery flying with the wind. Your legs tremble in fear. But no matter how scared you are, the dragon will not wait.
Okay, so dragon has a lot of HP. We're gonna charge here. Lightning strike. Hoping for some high damage rolls, and hoping that Hapsins plays nice with us. Bruno getting paralyzed is kind of unfortunate. Alright, so that's an AoE that we have to be careful of. Alright, this is bad for us, because if the dragon does the AoE fire, it's gonna hurt. So thankfully Bruno's off paralyzed now, so that we can buff everybody. get their defense up there, because it's likely coming. And we have to resist paralyze, so we're okay there. We're getting really low rolls for Cypher, which is unfortunate. There's the AoE fire. Obviously wasn't the turn that the fire damage was buffed, so that's good for us. Also having more defense makes the damage significantly less, which is good. Again, our MC is mainly just going to be healing for the most part, because we want to save our items unless we need to use them. So yeah, for marathon safety, we're slow playing some of these fights just because we don't want to actually die. Dying in a fight like this would lose a lot more time than going through the fight. Trying to go through the fight fast if we were to risk that and have to restart. I want to stay above 20 if at all possible. I think we can switch to offensive now. He's low enough. Gonna be safe. Gonna heal Bruno. Oh, and full rush. That should put him in the threshold range. And this should be the final attack we need. There we go.
We shall strike you down, you exclaim, slashing out while cheering on your comrades. But at that moment, Vince appears. Its wounds healed, the dragon looks more lively than before. You too would be troubled without this dragon, he says, standing in your way. Stop spouting nonsense, the normally collected Melanie shouts. It seems Melanie has lost her composure before her mother's killer. She unleashes a fireball imbued with her hatred. But it is repelled by the dragon's tough scales.
We're wondering why we didn't use fire at all.
And the dragon
That's why.
returns the favor by spewing fire from its mouth. You seem to stand no chance against the revitalized dragon. Melanie looks distressed. Vince climbs atop the beast's back. The flapping of the dragon's wings sends forth one wind blast after the next. Stay out of this, Vince commands, then flies off toward the western sea.
Alright, so lots of experience. We got some level ups. So MC is also now immune to paralyze from impassive, so that means the numbstay ring isn't really needed on him anymore.
Melanie, who has been burnt badly by the dragon's fire. I can't get up, she whispers weakly.
Yo, Axis of Anarchy.
Drink this, Bruno instructs.
That is a name I haven't
offering
seen in
her
a
a
while.
small
I hope you're
bottle.
doing well.
It will help you regain your strength. Bruno claims he drinks it every day. It is a recipe from his father, that of a custom supplement. Make her drink it already, you cry, your panicked expression urging Bruno to give Melanie the supplement. Melanie has a bad feeling about it, but downs it all in a single gulp. And suddenly regains her strength. At ease with her recovery, you descend the tower.
Alright, I'm really happy that dragon fight went really well. Well, I mean, wouldn't say really well. It went
The ocean
went
spreads out
well in the
before you
sense
to the
that
west,
we didn't
whither
die.
The dragon went. Return to shoreland in search of a boat to pursue the dragon.
And we didn't have to use any elixirs, so that's good. Not using an elixir in a fight is always the most important part.
When you return, Oreo approaches. It seems like something has happened to the town. He says a raging wind blew through and destroyed the town. You surmise the flapping of the dragon's wings is to blame. You explain that you need a boat to go after the dragon, and Oreo's look turns grim. Sensing there may be a problem, you quickly make your way to the wharf.
Okay. So we're gonna make our way to the wharf. I'm gonna quickly visit the inn here.
You set foot. It would appear you and your companions are this inn's 10,000th customers. That means you've won the lifetime of free stays pass. The woman says the violent winds stirred up the sea, causing her precious ship to run aground. But if you can return her vessel to the water, she will gladly give you a ride. Your brows furrow, knowing that there is no way you could move a ship. Beside you, Bruno stretches, warming up his body.
Alright, we're gonna push the ship back into the water.
After striking a fantastic pose to show off his muscles, he charges straight at the boat. No matter how hard he pushes, though, the boat does not budge. It's pointless, you sigh, turning around when a muscle-bound Melanie stands before you.
Swole Melanie.
Now it's working, Bruno exclaims, unsurprised at the sight of Melanie. It appears the custom supplement she drank in the tower bulked her up. Let us combine our power, Bruno entreats Melanie. Her whole body racked with chills, Melanie screams out to the sky.
Melody's super swole now.
You need Melanie's help to catch the dragon. You call out to her.
Atta burly girl.
Distract her from her shame. You shout out complete nonsense. But in the next instant, you receive a violent punch to the face and are sent flying. You hear your bones creak in a way you've never heard before. But afterward, the two muscle-bound forms work together and return the boat to sea. I will never be a beautiful bride like this, Melanie mutters sadly. You're wrong, Bruno exclaims. Those muscles are the most beautiful thing a bride could ever have. At any rate, you leave the port town and follow the dragon.
Alright, so we're gonna board the vessel and set
Just
sail.
as you are about to leave, Oreo comes to see you off. It looks like according to him, the dragon flew to the west, where there is an island called Mount Medica. Rumor has it they are actively researching medicine on this island. He thinks he can use their knowledge in his work. Understanding his father's wishes, Bruno nods. Say no more. Mount Medica. Something stirs deep inside your chest, but you blame your imagination and board the boat without another thought.
All right, and so ends that chapter. Can someone give me a rough idea of what is the current time? Just so I have an idea. Not that it matters too much. I have a good idea how long it's been thus far, but yeah, about 3 hours is what I was thinking right now. But that's just going off what my OBS is telling me. Yeah, so that sounds about right. So the next 2 chapters are really beefy. Yeah, it should be around 3 hours right now, based on what I see on my timer on my end. Alright, so we're heading to the Island of Blight. So our next chapter, chapter 6, is
Wasn't that so
a lot of stuff going on.
fun? Ritis can hardly contain her excitement as she seeks a similar reaction from Melanie. Sure, Melanie croaks, her face a sickly shade of green. The custom supplement has worn off completely.
These 2 sections have the heaviest amounts of dialogue as well.
Oblivious. Wasn't
So
that
that's
the
just something to
greatest?
keep in mind.
You, however, are a bit worn out, as your mid-voyage teasing of Melanie prompted her to wring you like a rag. Your first order of business should be a sweep of the island to ascertain the dragon's whereabouts. Tread carefully, as danger lies in the unknown. A road stretches west from the docks, suggesting the presence of a house or settlement at the other end.
Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit here of party management. So we have to take the numbstay ring off here. We're gonna swap it to Bruno, because our MC is now immune to paralyze from a passive. We're gonna double check our skills, just to make sure that we don't have to re-equip anything. So in about a level or 2, we should have a new skill for Melanie called Darkness, which will be very useful. It's flat damage, which is super nice. Regen is actually good with Bruno. We don't need to throw that on. We're gonna be switching to Mara, actually, for this next section. I do have the Knight's Chain. Okay, good. Just because it'll make certain things a little bit easier for us. And we'll take... No. No! I need Body Slam. And I need, Provoke would be good. That should be good. And then we're gonna save, because there's a forced encounter coming up.
You are surprised to find a merchant selling goods. There is nothing you need to buy. So
I'm not gonna look at that
you take
shop,
relief.
even though it could be good.
A white hot streak of pain shoots through your head, feeling as though your skull will split in two. You grab your head as if holding it together and drop to your knees.
Because I need to make sure that these buys go accordingly.
Pain erases any hope of recalling the memory that felt primed to return to you. Beads of sweat are pouring.
It's also very unlikely they would have exactly what I
struggle
need.
to keep your head in one piece. Drink this, Bruno insists, offering you a bottle of headache curative. You greedily drink it down, desperate for relief. The pain begins to ebb, and you hurriedly resolve to press on. After a time, you happen upon a village. This place, you mutter unconsciously. Perhaps he is as anxious as you are about this place. You two okay? Melanie asks. You open your mouth to reply, only to notice the ambush a moment too late. Repel the monster attack.
Alright. Alright. Big boy ogre chieftain, and we have
And
a really strong harpy. So first things first, we're gonna take out a harpy. I know that seems a little odd, but the harpy deals a lot of AoE damage with things like the lightning. So we're gonna take care of that.
Fortune favors the bold. Excellent. That was lucky. Nice work.
Melanie's putting in most of the work in this fight right now.
That was lucky. Oh?
Alright, so this should kill the harpy before it can actually AoE us again.
That was lucky.
And that allows us to get a turn to heal.
That was lucky.
So things are playing pretty well in our favor. Good hit.
Ouch.
Melanie dying there is pretty bad.
Oh?
Oh, I missed. That's unfortunate. Where's my 20 heal? Oh ho ho! That's not good. That's the attack I didn't want to see. Oh. Okay. That's how this is gonna go down. Okay, well. Yeah, I actually think I just want to take the death. And reload. I burned 2 elixirs and I need those, so I'll just take the death. That's unfortunate. That's a lot of damage.
Looks like your adventure ends here.
That's crazy. Alright. That happens. The fact that he has the boosted attack just makes that insanely ridiculous. Because that's a one-shot at that point. So that's pretty bad. So the only other deviation that I could do is swap out Mar and play defensively. So I might just opt to go with Bruno, considering how the RNG has been playing out, which is unfortunate. So unfortunately, we'll just bring in Bruno so that we have the defensive buff. I would like to keep Mar on for the extra damage output, but we're sacrificing defense, which is not really what I want to be dealing with. If that means the game is just going to be problematic like that. And I'll wait to save just before that fight. Would have helped to... Well, the problem is I can't keep Melanie alive if I revived her. Reviving Melanie might have seemed like a good thing, because she deals more damage to those enemies. The problem is when I revive her, she's just gonna die to, like, everything. The best thing to do in a situation like that is try to stabilize first before you look at offensive.
You take the lead, taking in a white hot. The searing beads of sweat are pouring off. You greedily drink it.
Because a lot of the time you can come out on top if
and you hurriedly resolve.
if you stabilize, which is more important. Because if you let turns go by where you're not trying to stabilize, then things go one-sided really quickly, especially with the happenstance.
You mutter unconsciously. Perhaps he is you two okay? Melanie, only to notice the ambush a moment too late.
So we'll try that again.
Repel the monster attack.
This should go a lot better this time because we're going to be able to buff up our defense.
Nice work.
So this worked in our favor with happenstance. You can see, like, fights can go wildly different just because of happenstance. Oh, that was bad.
Ouch.
I made a mistake there. Yeah, the rolls are better right now as well, so that's a good thing. Okay, one less threat to worry
Nice
about.
work.
I needed to rebuff the defense there, even if I knew Bruno was gonna die. Because, again, stabilizing is more important right now. So I'll use the MC to help stabilize as much as possible.
That was lucky.
And then I know that Bruno can get a turn based on speed order. So Bruno gets a turn right here.
Excellent. That was lucky.
Oh, it sucks that things went this way, but that's fine.
You did great.
Not the greatest, but it's still a win. At the cost of, like, 2 elixirs, but a win's a win. We'll be getting new equipment coming up
You were
as well,
accosted
so
by a man the instant you set
that'll
foot in
help
the
going
village.
forward. We're a little bit
Medicine.
under-equipped right now.
Please, he begs. His eyes are glazed over, and his general demeanor unsettling. Should he really have medicine? You start to refuse, only to see Melanie's arm reach past you, medicine in hand. Here you go, she says sweetly. The man runs off to who knows where, making noises that can only be described as inhuman. You and the party resolve to continue exploring the village, despite the unsettling encounter that just occurred. Something is askew in this village. It would be best to proceed with caution until you can determine what is happening.
Alright, so jump is disabled, so we have to walk normally.
Another villager approaches you. Though his speech is slurred, the demand remains the same. Medicine. This villager is also behaving strangely. Will you acquiesce to his request? You remove the medicine from your pack, recall for a moment how much it cost, and begin sliding it back into place. In the blink of an eye, the villager snatches up the medicine bottle and darts out of view. Something's not right in this village, Bruno mutters, clearly worried. You hear a panicked cry up the road. Stay with me. Focus on me. That can't be good. You arrive on the scene to find a man collapsed in the street, convulsing. Another man kneels over him in an apparent attempt to provide comfort and care. The nobleman wears impressive white armor befitting a knight. He continues talking to the fallen man as he provides emergency care. Seeing the knight's devotion makes you feel a bit like a putz for doing nothing. The villager is in quite a state. In a rare move, you volunteer some medicine with no strings attached. He'll have none of that, the knight barks, stopping you cold. The villager is now clawing at his own face with his fingernails, crying out for medicine. Blood, as black as tar, begins oozing out of his eyes, ears, and mouth. It proceeds to leak from every orifice imaginable. The convulsions subside. Within moments, the villager lies still. A horrific thought makes itself known. This is the first time you have witnessed the death of a fellow man. Even in a world where medicines and elixirs can cure most any ailment, none are safe from death's icy grip. And as well you know, that which is dead can never return.
Yeah, the mental images from this scene is
Your
pretty
mind
crazy.
goes blank. You drop to your knees in shock. Melanie clamps her hand to her mouth, stifling a scream. Riddis shakes uncontrollably. The knight hangs his head. Bruno nervously asks, "What are you doing here?" The knight's name is Sherwin. He identifies himself as a member of the Ivory Order. His travels brought him to this village, where he has been caring for the ailing residents. His face contorts in disgust. If not for these foul drugs, they would be healed. He spits and takes his leave. Bruno gazes upon the villager's corpse with a look of apparent realization.
Alright, so optionally we continue talking to Sherwood if we want, but we have business here at the Elder's house.
You knock lightly on the door. An elderly man opens it, beaming at you. He announces himself as Selfor and beckons you inside. Might he be the headman you've heard so much about? Ask me anything you like, he offers. Selfor receives your party, for whatever reason, rather graciously. He could well be a font of knowledge. What will you ask him? You ask if he has seen the dragon. Why, yes, he says. He returned to this island just the other day. Oh, but don't worry, he continues. He hasn't caused us too much trouble. Needless to say, this does not comport with your understanding of the dragon. You notice Melanie lift an eyebrow at his use of the word returned. At any rate, the dragon's presence on the island is confirmed. You quietly celebrate the first credible lead you've yet received. You make mention of the village's eccentricities. Selfor informs you that the island indeed suffers from an extreme shortage of medicine. He apologizes for the villagers' incivility. Consider it the price to pay for making the world a better place, he adds nonsensically. You ask if he is the one in charge of the village. It's true that the villagers call him their headman, but I feel compelled to correct the record and state that my official...
Yes, this game is indeed rated D, even though the subject matter, I could say,
Your
should be
question
M?
satisfactorily answered. You thank Selfor and turn to leave. He asks you to stop. We have yet to discuss the terms of your living here, he declares. You explain that you are only here to pursue the dragon and have no intention to stay. Selfor begs your forgiveness for thinking you are newcomers. It's perfectly understandable, though, what with the non-match among you, he says with a sneer. What does he mean by that? Melanie asks you, unable to grasp the old man's intentions. For reasons unknown, you feel the blood drain from your face. Your breathing grows ragged and you break out in a sweat. We're done here, you say defiantly, as you storm out of the house.
Yeah, this section gets
Runs
pretty
after,
heavy
chirping
story-wise,
frantically.
along with the part that follows.
Melanie and the others give chase, but you and Mar are well out of sight by the time they make it outside. The two can't have gone far, though. It may be best to first search the village.
Because Mar is the best.
Melanie and company find you standing in front of a
Everybody
house.
wants Mar.
She can't quite make it out, but it sounds as though you're saying to Mar, "This place is..." Melanie calls out to you, prompting you to blurt out, "Sorry, just had a bad stomach ache back there," in your characteristically glib manner. She surveys you both and sees two haggard travelers unwilling to admit they're in need. "Are you sure you're all right?" she asks, concerned.
Yeah, Mar's just trying to live the best life possible.
You tell her, perhaps too eagerly. "So you were worried about me," you shoot back. "No, I wasn't," she replies, her face reddening.
This is the point in the story where we see that Melanie has kind of had a bit of a character development from previous. She's actually starting to care more about other people, which is pretty cool.
You spot a familiar-looking mage on the village streets. Winifred takes no notice of you and ducks into the apothecary. "So, the Ivory Order buys their medicine just like everybody else," you muse to yourself as you prick up your ears and listen carefully. Winifred and the apothecary speak in hushed tones. You'd guess it's an order for special medicine, but you can't make it out. Alas, she's just buying the usual stuff. Nothing remotely interesting about that, though her presence suggests that other members of the order might also be in town. With no desire to run into them, you make yourself scarce before she catches sight of you. You spy the very people you were hoping to avoid, gathered near the village gate. "The last thing we need is a confrontation," you mutter, spying them from the shadows. "Why are we always hiding?" Melanie hisses under her breath. Two members of the Order are speaking with Sherwin. Given how deferential they appear to be acting toward him, you hazard a guess that he's their superior. "Have you determined the dragon's location?" Sherwin asks. Hedwin launches into his report. "The dragon appears to be occupying the volcano. I suggest we move to capture him immediately," he counsels. Now who should appear but Winifred, fresh from her shopping excursion. "Preparations for our journey into the volcano are complete," she reports, handing Sherwin a bottle of something. "Splendid." Sherwin walks off and out of sight, the other three following close behind.
So we have a bit of shopping to do, so we'll be doing that right
Lucky
after
for
this.
you, your hastily improvised hiding spot afforded you valuable information on the dragon. Yet their conversation raised as many questions as it answered. You know that the dragon is lurking in the volcano, but you haven't a clue how to get from here to there. "Isn't it that mountain with all the smoke pouring out of it?" Ridis asks, pointing westward. "Why, yes, that sure does look rather like a volcano." There was talk of capturing the dragon. Melanie picked up on the incongruity as well. "The Queen ordered the dragon killed," she reminds you. The medicine bottle Sherwin received is probably related to their journey into the volcano somehow. Bruno recalls seeing a bottle much like it once before. He says it contains flash freeze, which can chill most anything. "Maybe that's what Winifred bought at the apothecary," Bruno continues. You narrow your eyes. You three have no right being this helpful, you think. Mar pinches your cheeks without warning. You yelp in pain, which at the very least crosses dreaming off the list of explanations. Returning to the matter at hand, it's clear what must be done. You'll have to get your hands on some flash freeze if you hope to enter the volcano.
Alright, so after we go to the apothecary to get the flash freeze.
Happen to have any flash freeze for sale? You cheerily ask the apothecary.
We'll do our
She
equipment
flashes a
upgrades.
wry smile. How do you steady the roiling magma's flow? She asks cryptically. The meaning behind the question is utterly lost on you. She needs a password, Melanie mutters over your shoulder. The answer, then, would be the password. So, how do you steady the roiling magma's flow? The old woman rolls her eyes, suddenly looking defeated. How did you know the answer? Did someone tell you? She mutters bitterly.
Alright, so now that we did that, we can buy the bottle of flash freeze. Cool. We can leave the shop temporarily for now.
Will that be all? The proprietor, you've managed to crack the code, and a bottle of flash freeze is yours. At last, you are ready to enter the volcano. You've got a long road ahead of you, so you had best be prepared.
Yeah, so this next section is pretty difficult, so we're going to do our armor improvements now, since we were having issues earlier. So, first things first, we're going to buy the Dark Mail for Ash. And then we're going to buy the Witch's Wear for Melanie. And then we're going to buy I don't see it. Oh, Sage's Staff for Melanie as well. That'll give her a nice damage boost. And the next thing we want to buy is either Warrior's Mail or another Dark Mail for Bruno. Ideally, I think we want to buy the Warrior's Mail from her. Because he's going to be pretty useful. And we should be okay for damage and stuff now. We'll be using flat damage skills to mostly do damage going forward. So we should be okay. So the other thing is we're gonna go back to the apothecary.
How may I help you?
Now that we know how much money we have left. I'm gonna go ahead and replace the elixirs that we used. So we have 5 of them. And then we'll be doing another shopping trip after we come back from the volcano, but for now, that's good enough.
You must stay if you want to stay.
We're gonna rest just to make sure that we're full healed.
Utterly disinterested in even attempting to sell you on a room.
And then we're gonna do some equipping and stuff. So first things first, we need to take the Numbstay ring off. Put that on Mar. We need to swap Mar in for Bruno. Set up our abilities or skills. That's good. We want to take Freeze over Storm. And remove Flame. And then for Mar, we'll take Regenerate. And Provoke. I believe that's all we need for now. We don't have the skills, other skills that we want, but we'll replace them when we get them because we're missing a level right now. So we want to be about level 16, but we're a little shy of that. Alright, so off to the volcano we go. Alright, deadly poison's pretty bad, but we don't want to be doing these fights anyways.
Something comes rocketing down from the mountaintop. There and gone in a flash. What was that? A bizarre rock appeared. It seems primed to the bizarre rock transformed into a fear rock.
That's
The only
unfortunate.
way out of this fight.
If we rolled high enough, we could have gotten an item or money out of it.
The heat of the volcano engulfs you the moment you set foot inside. Of course, the dragon is hiding out here. Guess it's as good a place as any to corner him, you reason with yourself, trying to keep your spirits up. Crossing this river of lava won't be easy. Here's how you cross a lava river. Bam! You open the bottle of flash freeze and pour some into the raging river of lava. The lava instantly hardens, forming a bridge of rock.
Alright, so now that we have that flash freeze, I'm just double checking something. Yeah, okay. Yep, if the timer freezes, it's just a graphical thing. It's still running in the background. Someone will get around to fixing that issue for us. I don't want to be doing those fights with the ogre. Or turtles. I want to avoid turtles and ogres. Alright, so we'll take this fight here, and we're gonna hope that we can freeze these enemies because they're mostly fire. So freeze does a lot of extra damage to them, which is super nice. And also locks them up for a couple turns. So that we can focus on dealing damage on the other ones. So generally a good way to get some experience so that we're not too far under leveled.
You did great.
Got some stuff along the way. The fire blobs remind you of Mickey Mouse? That's interesting. Just kill this quickly.
Fortune fair.
Oh, that was unfortunate. Mar didn't deal quite enough damage. It'll be nice when we got clobbered, though. These low rolls with Mar are pretty bad right now. But yeah, we want to get our Darkness and Clobber. Those will be our next big damage improvements to these characters. Alright, so 1500 gold. And then we're gonna continue extending the volcano. We'll fight a few of the encounters along the way up. Ooh, this hurts. Need to charge. Please stop beating on Ash. We're in a roundhouse now. As I mentioned before, frozen enemies take double damage on the next hit. So getting something frozen is pretty nice. It doesn't generally work on bosses. It's the same thing that goes with paralyzed and stuff like that. So status effects on bosses are less effective, generally.
Good work.
But for all non-bosses, it generally works pretty well.
You can't help but chant, "It's hot, so hot," every couple of steps, as if conjuring a spell. You're just wasting energy, Melanie chides. Perhaps you could stand to learn a thing or two from her rational approach. Bruno seizes on the moment. "Yeah, this isn't even worth whining over," he says, flexing at you. "It is way too hot for this," Melanie screams, forgetting her own advice.
Alright, so we're actually gonna get a heal coming up.
And fire.
Oh, that's a turtle. Okay. Bye-bye, turtle. I don't want to fight you. Turtles are OP in this game. If you've ever fought one of them in this game, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Just as you're about to faint from the oppressive heat, a heroic voice calls out to you. You turn and watch with wide eyes as beads of sweat glisten over his muscular body, only snapping out of your reverie when he asks if you're okay. According to the man, conditions will only worsen from here on out. He offers to lend you a comfy sleeping mat and blanket to rest with before continuing your journey.
Yeah, turtles have a... They're crazier than the soul rocks
Your
because
party is fully recovered.
they
Now your body
actually deal a crap ton of damage too, and have a good amount of HP, and have the 50 armor, so they're way worse. They're worth a hefty amount of experience, but they're not worth the time lost to fight them. You could do like 2 separate battles in the time it takes to go through a fight with the turtle. And turtles can also buff themselves, which make it even worse. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Alright, we haven't quite hit 16 yet. We have a marine suit. Don't need to really grab that, but I grab it anyways. That's not the way to go. Another money chest. Turtles. Nope. Not doing this. Sorry, they don't have 50 armor, but they have a lot. I don't know. Turtles can buff themselves on their armor, so I'm not worth trying to fight them.
So long in here, even I'm starting to
They're
sweat.
just scary in general. Ideally, I want one more level before the next boss. If I could, 2 more levels would be nice. But I don't think I'll get 2 levels. So this will be another elixir. Alright, double checking my HP. So Melanie's a bit low, so we're actually just going to use one of these healing items. Pop her up a little bit here. Because this is a forced, like, mini-boss fight coming up. Don't think we have any more skills unlocked. No. Okay, so we're fine as is. Yeah, the dragon is the big boss in this area.
A clump of familiar white outfits comes into view.
And it's much harder
Caught up with the
now
average
than it was
order
the
at
last time we
last.
fought him.
We shall be the ones to fell the dragon. You proclaim loudly to no one. At your persistence, Winifred requests, please do not interfere with the dragon's capture, clearly annoyed. As you all suspected, they have no intention of following the Queen's orders to slay the dragon. What will you do with him once he is yours? Melanie asks forcefully. But her answer shall have to wait. The lava bubbles and swirls as monsters leap out onto the rock before you. It would seem the only way out is through. In a flash, Sherwin's blade cleaves one in two. Clearly, he has earned his rank within the order. Keep moving, he bellows, leading his companions deeper into the volcano. The remaining monster turns toward you, eager to avenge its fallen friend. There shall be no avoiding this battle.
Alright, so another... this fight isn't really that scary. As long as we can get a freeze, but... I missed. Just try to kill it. That was a really low roll. That's unfortunate. Pass that turn. Melanie can kill it in one.
Congrats. You escape with your lives, but the Ivory Order has put some distance between you. All your efforts will be for naught if they reach the dragon before you do. You hurry the party onward.
Okay. So run from this.
A deafening roar greets you as you set foot on the summit. The dragon must be close. You reach the caldera only to find the dragon and the Ivory Order members locked in battle. Their teamwork is impeccable. With each strike, they drive the dragon further back.
Actually, the answer to that question, yes.
He can to protect the dragon, but nothing can slow Sherwin and company's advance. The Ivory Order approaches the dragon, quite sure of their victory. They shall have their quarry at this rate. You can see the writing on the wall. You shrink away from the fight. Go on, get out there, Melanie yells, kicking you square in the rump. We'll be the ones to collect the bounty on the dragon's head, you yell. What vulgar ambition, Hedwyn says with a sneer. Hedwyn and Winifred each keep one eye on you as they begin incanting a spell to hold the dragon in place. Without warning, the dragon slams his tail against the ground. Cracks in the earth form beneath his feet. The rock beneath the Ivory Order gives way, sending them tumbling down below. You surmise the fall wasn't far enough to kill them, but they won't make it back here anytime soon. The dragon spreads his wings and flies towards the caldera. This may be your only chance to slay him without the Ivory Order interfering.
Yeah, my name is based off of the show MASH. I actually grew up watching a lot of that with my grandfather as well as Golden Girls with my grandmothers. So a lot of my earlier heavy influence in what I used to watch. Okay, so considering what we're going to be going up against, I'm going to do a swap. Or I'm going to equip the marine suit, actually. I'm going to leave Mart in the party. I'm really hoping that we get the next... We're really close to the level for Ash and Melanie, so I kind of want to get that. So let's try to get that level before this next fight. Ideally, that'll make things a lot better for us. Alright. Hopefully this will be a fight that I want to take. Because I'm still going to be like a level or two under what I want to be generally, but I need these next skills. Oh my god, why are they turtles? No. I don't want turtles. 3 turtles is super bad. Please give me non-turtles. Ugh. I need a fight without turtle. That RNG on those Purple turtles is bad. Like, what is up with this turtle RNG? What is up with the turtle RNG? Please. And also getting the level up too will give me a full heal without spending items, so another benefit of getting this level up will be nice as well. Besides getting stat ups. I mean, if I can get the freeze on the turtle, this won't be that bad. I didn't. Alright, whatever. We're gonna attempt the fight. I really don't like trying this fight, but
Nice work.
we'll give it the best shot. I think this is about as good of a fight as we could possibly ask for. I just need to make sure I take out the turtle quickly. Because he hurts. Alright, turtle's frozen, so that's good.
Excellent.
Good hit, Mar.
That was lucky.
I don't know if that'll actually do enough damage. Lightning Strike will if I can roll a good number on it. Not really. Damn. Okay, Body Slam for the win.
You did great.
Alright, that gives us heal plus, and Melanie now gets darkness. Also get a full heal, which is nice. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and swap in heal plus, and Melanie, we're gonna swap in darkness. That's gonna replace Thunderstorm. Yep. And what's Mar rate's HP? So we need to heal Mar. Let's give us the best possible chance for that fight. Override. If we had one more level on Mar, we would get Clobber, which would be nice, but we don't have it.
The dragon sits perched on the edge of the caldera. You eye him warily, shouting, "There's nowhere left to run." He lets loose an intimidating roar, but you and your party stand tall, unbowed. Victory is within reach. You have never felt more ready to slay a creature in your life. You draw your sword and charge, blade raised and ready to strike. In an instant, his bodyguard appears before you. You can see the bloodlust inside him as he stares you all down. He looks upon you and sees only greed. "Fools," he shouts. "You shall not be stopped. You have your reasons for wanting the dragon dead, and they are enough. They are everything. This conflict is inevitable. You heave your sword toward the enemy, come what may."
Alright, so what's different about this fight is that we actually have to go through Vincent. Or Vince, not Vincent. So we're not going to be focusing on the dragon at all, actually. We're going to be focusing down Vince, so we can go into phase 2. But when we focus on Vince, there's a couple things that'll happen. When he gets low enough HP, he's going to shift what he's doing for damage. Oh, and I got frozen, so that's really bad. Okay, well... off to a great start. This is real bad. Okay, well, I guess we're reloading. I'm just gonna pass. We're gonna let them kill us. It's just really bad start.
It looks like you...
I can do one thing that could possibly make this fight a little bit easier. And that's to swap in Ridus. And that's specifically so it can hit poison on Vince. So I guess that's what we'll attempt to do then. Ridus shares the same armor type as Mars, so it's a pretty easy substitute. Also have to adjust your skills. Quick shot, but eulogy is fine. Radiate fire is not really needed. Oops, we didn't swap the actual party yet. I'm really bad at menuing like this. Okay. So this will give us a little bit extra passive damage output.
The dragon sits perched on the edge of the cup. You draw your sword and you shall... This conflict is inevitable. You
Thanks for
heave
the good
your
luck,
sword
Alice.
toward the enemy, come what may. You could...
Alright. Good. Much better start. Cypher. Okay, didn't get the freeze this time, so that's good. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, I guess we'll lightning strike. This is going much, much better now, as you can see. Reapply the poison. I'm even, like, almost 2 levels under what I ideally want to be at as well, which is unfortunate. But it's not like I got all the fights that I wanted either. We're gonna eulogy, but I'm not wasting potions. Melanie still being paralyzed is kind of bad. Alright, fight's over anyways, so we got through it. No problem.
Vince falls, his face covered in blood. Why would you give
But we do
your
have a
life
second phase to
protect
go
the
through.
Dragon, Melanie asks sharply. Asks the one who is
Yeah, by the end of the game,
what
we
would you know of loyalty?
barely peek
Vince
over the
rolls
level
his
20
sword with
range.
rage. He begins chanting. No
And the
doubt
game kind of
prepared
wants you to be
cast
close
a
to 30, if not 30 for the final fights, which is pretty ridiculous.
No, that's...
And even then, the fights are extremely hard.
Melanie shrieks. It's too late. A stupendously powerful magic swirls out of the ether, enveloping them both. Vince turns to face you once more, his aura unlike anything you've felt before. You tighten your grip on your sword. There's no turning back now.
Yeah, so ideally I would have liked to come out of that fight with more HP, because we can still have to redo the entire fight over again. And that would be bad. The defense up will be helpful, at least for stabilizing.
Vince adopts a sweeping stance between you and the dragon. You'll have to deal with him first if you hope to attack your quarry.
So we're going to Eulogy off the start. Nice benefit of having Ridis is if she's high enough level, you have access to that right off the bat. So we're just going to build up, stabilize. When he drops down to around 30 HP, he's going to do an attack that deals 20 to 30 damage. So we want to be above that range if possible. And the attack will hit the whole party. So it can just instantly wipe me if I'm not careful. So, benefit of having darkness is a set 15 damage to the enemy, which is nice. We're gonna pass this turn. I'm gonna Eulogy. Just want to keep everybody up in HP as much as possible. Because if someone actually does die and I have to use an elixir, the fight is pretty much over. So Vince is getting low to the threshold, so we want to make sure we're ready for when he decides to do his best attack. Because at that point we want to kill him very quickly, or else we run the risk of just getting wiped. Alright, so he should be getting ready to do that attack once, very shortly actually. Once he drops to like 40 to 30 HP range. Just keep reapplying poison. So we're gonna Zypher. I should bring him low enough that he's going to want to start casting it now. There he goes. 0 element. Okay. Didn't kill everybody, but it did a lot of damage. Redis, Eulogy. Good crit heal. Okay, we want to finish him quickly before he decides to cast it again. Yeah, he starts doing different stuff now as well, so... Scary fight. I'm gonna... Again, try to keep her HP up as much as possible. But I think we're good. We're in the clear right now. Alright, so first attempt and the first phase was started off immediately really badly. But you know, we work through it, make adjustments, you know, there's alternatives and backups we can do to make things safer.
Has been won. Tears stream down Vince's face. You watch him out of the corner of your eye as you turn your attention toward the dragon. Vince, undeterred by the wounds that now cover his body, rises to his feet and moves to protect the dragon one last time. Enough! The dragon speaks. He declares that he wishes to see further harm befall none. Then you ought not to have brought harm upon us, you shout, listing off the horrors you have heard on your journey. Vince, filled with righteous indignation, denounces each and every one as a lie. The dragon admits that your prowess in battle and willingness to pursue him the world over have earned you the right to hear the truth about this world. The dragon claims he shares a special bond with the medicine that helps people the world over. Everyone in the world drinks this medicine as though it were water. Taking this medicine heals all wounds and cures all ills. It is a crutch that humanity can no longer live without. The primary ingredient in this medicine is dragon tear. All those who succeeded in capturing the dragon in the past forced him to live a nightmarish existence on this island. They would stab him with several hundred spears. They would slice his scales off with their swords. Every day a fresh horror would visit him in the heart of the island, and every day he would cry out in pain. They then gathered up the dragon tear he shed and used it to produce their medicine. You cast your mind back over your travels, over all the people who sought the medicine and were saved by it. The mere thought that so much good was born of the dragon's torture makes your mind reel. You feel unmoored. No one moves, or so much as makes a sound. His words weigh on each and every one of you. The dragon claims he has grown weary of suffering for the benefit of humankind. And so, he intones, I beseech you, strike me down. You hear only hurt and fatigue in his voice. Comply, and you will fulfill the order that was given you. The riches you have coveted for so long shall be yours. But know that if you do, the medicine upon which people have come to rely shall cease to exist, threatening the very foundation upon which humanity was built.
So stuff got really heavy.
Now, knowing the tragic reality, you cannot kill this creature. Your heart filled with anguish, you lower your weapon. Out of nowhere, a burst of magic crashes over the entire party, rendering you unable to move. The Ivory Order have found their way back to the caldera and stand before the dragon once more. Sherwin stares the dragon down, fire in his eyes. At last, the world is safe, he says. Seize him at once. Edwin urges. With a nod, Sherwin approaches the dragon. In one motion, Sherwin unsheathes his sword and cleaves the dragon in two. The dragon's lifeless corpse lurches backward before dropping over the edge into the caldera.
What dragon
have you done? The others ask quietly, unable to comprehend Sherwin's actions. The earth shakes. The dragon's body seems to have energized the lava enough to spur an eruption. All that remains is to destroy that place, he hisses, and storms off with purpose. The remaining members of the Ivory Order are still in shock, but Hedwyn orders them out, and they flee out of sight. The volcano is about to erupt, and will surely take you with it. Melanie suggests the party take Vince as well, but he insists he remain here. He speaks his final request, his voice already fading. Dragon Tear is more powerful than you can imagine, he says, his voice weak and raspy. It could end this world. You mustn't let them use it. Stop them at all costs. Use the forbidden magic if you have to, Melanie. Vince's final pronouncement echoing in your head, you race to catch up to the Ivory Order. The eruption is imminent. The earlier tremors collapsed the passage you took to reach the caldera. Follow the other passage out and escape before it's too late.
Alright, so we have to get to the exit before we use up all of our turns. Not that I've ever failed this, but I'm gonna make a save anyways. Because it could happen.
About the end.
We're gonna be running from everything. Oops. That was my bad. Yep. It's better to save than not. Yeah, so unfortunately, we didn't get to kill the dragon. Rejected the idea of killing the dragon after knowing the whole truth about why the dragon was wanted in the first place. But then Sherwin just kind of kills the dragon anyways. But we don't know why yet. Now, I opted to not kill the dragon. You can actually do like a mini fight where the dragon won't fight back and you can just kill the dragon yourself, but obviously that wastes time. So I don't do that. Oh, I'm almost going the wrong way. I have to go back up one. Yeah, we're still pretty low level considering what the game wants us to be. Oh, I went the wrong way again.
Lava oozes from the rock beneath. You take your time. There's no need to rush yet.
You can actually fail this if you go all of the wrong ways. I'm just gonna fight this. I want to get a bit more experience. I should hopefully get a level off the force fight at the end of this section, but if I don't, then it could mean that we have a little bit of a struggle in the next part for a while. Thankfully, a lot of these fights that we get on the escape are easy if you do want to fight them, other than the turtles. But if you get lucky enough with the freeze rolls, they're fine.
Nice work. You're nearly out. The relief of knowing you may yet outrun the encroaching lava is immense. And short-lived, as monsters burst forth from the lava, blocking your escape.
Alright, so force encounter with the turtle. Slightly stronger than the average one.
Let's do this.
Gonna hit it with poison. In the event that I don't get the freeze off of it. I hope I do, but we'll see. Okay, we got the freeze. Crisis averted. Now we can just take care of the bozos on the side. Do a Zypher. Need Melanie to stay alive so we can refreeze the turtle after.
Excellent.
Good hit. And we got the crit on that.
Fortune
So instead of
favors the
dealing
bold.
30, we dealt like 35 or more. So that's all the damage that we need to do. And this fight's done. Alright, so we hit 17, which is what I wanted to be when we got in here.
Race out of the volcano, the monsters scarcely having hit the ground behind you.
And that ends that chapter. So we're at endgame basically now.
After your narrow escape from the volcano, you mull over what you learned at the summit. The truth about the dragon and the medicine, what the Ivory Order and Sherwin are actually after, and Vince's dying warning about Dragon Tear destroying the world. You decide to return to the village of the sick to try and make sense of everything.
Alright, so time to return to the village of the sick. We got some flashback stuff coming up, some pretty heavy story.
I'm exhausted,
forward.
says Ridis. She certainly looks it. Bruno is silent and looks deep in thought. As you head into the village after your friends, another headache splits your skull. This place. Something about it is triggering a memory that feels like it's trying to claw its way out of your brain. Let's rest up at the inn, suggests Melanie, taking in everyone's state. At dinner time, you and your friends gather around the table. For a while, it's quiet, but then Melanie speaks up. Now that the dragon's been defeated, she says, what are we going to do? We go back to the castle and claim the reward for slaying him, you respond. But we didn't slay him, says Melanie, narrowing her eyes. The Ivory Order did. In truth, the Ivory Order wanted to capture the dragon alive, but Sherwin killed him. You can't help feeling the Ivory Order is still hiding something about this island, the dragon and the medicine. We might want to look into this island a bit more, suggests Melanie. Bruno agrees with you. They call this place Mount Medica. Something tells me there are still secrets to uncover. Whether you go after the Ivory Order or investigate the island, first and foremost, you need information. The Overseer should be pretty knowledgeable about the island, reasons Melanie. You decide to pay a visit to the Overseer after a good night's rest.
Alright, so finally I get to go back to Sulphur.
Sulphur, the village headman come overseer, comes out to welcome you. After detailing what happened atop the volcano, you ask him to tell you everything he knows about this island. So, the dragon's tears are the medicine's main ingredient, he muses. You ask Sulphur what the deal with this island is. After a moment, he begins speaking in a quiet voice. He tells you about the medicine factory here on the island that the Ivory Order oversees, and that this village was founded in order to provide a steady supply of human test subjects for their new medicine. Now that you know the truth about the island and the village, you turn to Sulphur and pose further questions. Probing further, you ask, and the Ivory Order forced the dragon to make medicine at that factory? I'm almost positive they did, he replies. That explains why the Order wanted to capture him, says Bruno, understanding dawning on his face. But if that's the case, why did Sherwin flout the Order and kill the dragon? You're still missing the final piece of this puzzle. What do you mean, testing new medicine, you ask? Sulphur explains that before the Ivory Order sends any of its medicines out to the greater world, they test them here first. With all the new medicines they're constantly prescribed, the villagers here suffer strange side effects. All except Sulphur, who says he's exempt from the tests on account of being in charge of the village on the Order's behalf. Sometimes we get people who try to escape, he he says, his gaze dropping. The Order always catches them. This is horrible, says Melanie, a harrowed look on her face. You know the abandoned house at the western edge of the village? Well, once upon a time, a family of 4 lived there. As Selfor speaks, you feel all the blood drain from your body. There's something I'd like to see for myself at that house, you say, your brow creased. At the uncharacteristically somber look on your face, Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno give silent nods. You stand before the dilapidated house. It looks like no one's lived here for a long, long time. You open the door and go inside, your gaze roving across the dusty space. Your eyes land on a progression of horizontal notches on the lower section of a support beam, markings to measure a child's growth. And carved into the beam beside the markings are your and Mar's names. Seeing your names unleashes a flood of memories you hadn't realized you'd kept locked away.
Alright, so we have a bit of a flashback sequence. Welcome home and look at you two caked in mud again. Who kept you out so late? Mar hid so well it took me ages to find her. We're getting some more tidbits to the story. I'm playing the hide-and-seek champion. It's not Lou's little sister is what you are. But yeah, so this is just a flashback to like what went on with Ash and apparently Mar. So we're learning very deep truths now. This was hinted at a lot really early on. But it wasn't really thrown in your face directly. But now it's straight up telling you. But yeah, so this was their home village. As it was, as it's evident now. I like that they censored the swear, like the mother is just so mad. Or like obsessed like the villagers that we saw earlier that wanted the medicine.
The trauma of what happened, combined with the effects of the medicine, spurred the loss of your memories. But now you remember the horror in full detail. Sobbing, you gather Mar in your arms. Melanie, Riddis, and Bruno just stand there in silence, absorbing the truth of your origins. Melanie, who knows all too well the pain of losing your parents, turns to you with tears on her cheeks. We have a lot in common, you and I. That's how we've made it this far together, she says softly. Moved by her kindness, you give her a silent nod. But I've still got farther to go, you say, scrubbing your face dry. As painful as those memories are, something the Ivory Order disciples said gave you hope. If you can get your hands on an undiluted solution of dragon tear, You can restore Mar to her human form. And what was that about the place they called the Mausoleum? That's probably a good enough place as any to start looking for dragon cheer. Melanie doesn't miss the determination that blooms on your face. Whatever it is you need to do, she says, I'm with you.
All right, so after that bit of a heavy story drop, it's a bit sad to find out that Mar was actually her sister. So we need to do some equipping for endgame here, so we're gonna buy the Evil's Bane. We're also going to buy Double Sand for Bruno. In my notes, it does say to buy something from Mar, but we're not going to. And we don't need to buy a Poison Stay ring, but that would be a good buy if you want. We're going to go ahead and sell some stuff that we don't need now. Just for an extra bit of cash. Because we're going to be spending everything at this point to buy items for the rest of the game that we're going to need. So every bit of money helps at this point. We can sell that. Alright, we're gonna leave that gear there. We're gonna sell any useless items that we don't need. While the serums and stuff could be useful, I'm not gonna keep them. I'm also gonna free up item space because we have a limit of 30 items that we can hold. So we're gonna go to the apothecary. We're gonna be buying... how many revives do we have? We have 6. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna buy quality salves. We bought max of those. And then we're gonna buy revives. And then the rest we're just gonna spend. On these ones, and we'll use the smaller ones to heal between battles. And the other ones we'll use mostly in battle, if we need to. Now we have to do some re-equipping here. We're gonna remove that armor. Switch. Bruno Frostmail, Numbstay Ring. We are gonna set up Mar with the Marina suit. And then we're going to set up skills. So Clobber is going to be super nice. And then we'll set up Bruno as well. Bruno's going to be useful later, not so much right now. He's going to get an ability to allow him to duck certain abilities. At least that's the way I like to look at it. So for Melanie, we want to have charge spells, Zypher, Darkness, and Flame. And Ridus is fine. We're not really going to be using Ridus unless we need to. Bring Bruno in for a defensive play. Just gonna save so I don't forget about saving right now after doing all of this. Just at the end to make sure that we're full healed, which we should be. And then we'll head out. Autosaves are pretty forgiving for the most part, but I mean, if I do forget to save, I'm just gonna... Well, if we can't rely on the autosaves too much, so I'm gonna make some manual saves when I can.
About the enemy.
Alright, so we have a really long and hard dungeon to get through coming up. Ideally, we'd like to be as close to level 19 as possible before getting in this dungeon, but we just hit 17. So we're about 3 levels lower than where we would want to be normally. And again, that's entirely based off those RNG fights from earlier, mostly.
A giant boulder impedes the path. You stop, unable to go any farther. But when you turn around, who do you see but the Ivory Order trio? In a flash, you draw your weapons, but Hedwyn calls out, "Wait." Unlike the other times you've crossed paths, the trio doesn't seem keen on fighting you. You lower your weapons in response. Conveniently, you've got some questions for them anyway. You demand to know if what Cell foretold you about this island and the village of the sick is true. There's no reason to hide it any longer, begins Hedwyn. He tells you of the immense fortune the Order amassed by selling the medicine they forced the dragon to make on this island. And he confirms recapturing the dragon was the Order's true goal. The dragon's imprisonment on this island was a secret only the upper echelons of the Order were privy to. Even Queen Nilla didn't know. You ask where Sherwin disappeared to after he killed the dragon atop the volcano. We too seek Sherwin, says Winifred. Atop the volcano, Sherwin swore to destroy that place. Hedwyn says he was talking about the mausoleum. Winifred ponders the question of why Sherwin would betray the Order and kill the dragon. Alas, we cannot get to the mausoleum with this in our way, Hedwyn says, gesturing to the giant boulder. Upon closer examination of the boulder, you see fissures spidering along its surface. Perhaps it was weakened by the earthquake caused by the volcano erupting. With the right approach, you might be able to force your way through after all.
Bruno, do your thing.
Bruno to put his brawn to use and smash the boulder to smithereens. He squares off in front of the giant stone and strikes the fissure with a mighty knife-edged chop. Silence rings for a moment before the boulder crumbles to dust. The Ivory Order trio offers a curt thanks before hurrying on ahead. The jerks. An old man totters along in front of you. With an eerie smile, he pauses and whispers, "Another eye of the dragon opens."
Alright, so if anybody asked questions earlier about super bosses, this is technically one of them.
Nearly knocked off your feet. It stops as quickly as it came.
So being that this is new game, but this is being played new game off a clear,
On his way, repeating to himself,
this opens up the super boss. Conveniently in the any percent run, this allows me to skip going around the mountain, and I can just jump straight to the Vexing Cave. But not enter it, because it's a super boss area. I'm gonna go over this way to pick up a chest which has a freeze stay ring in it. And this ring will prevent character who has it equipped from being frozen, which could be super handy in some circumstances. This area of the island is also a lot higher level than me, so escaping is a little harder to do. Needs a higher roll. Alright, so now that we have that, we can jump back over this way and keep heading west until we get to the mausoleum. Yeah, the boulder happened after Sherwin got through. When the earth shook.
Be able to climb.
Again, when we escaped the volcanoes, when that fell. Also, now we're in the mausoleum. So we're gonna go ahead and equip Ash with the freeze stay ring. I'm gonna double check my abilities again. So immune to hero, paralyze, invincible. So ideally we would want to give him the wind stay ring. But the paralysis protection is actually important for him. Trying to take a look here at my speed. 21, 23, 19... Or sorry, 7, 14, and 9. Okay. So Bruno goes second. Ideally this should be fine. Make a save here, because we have a lot of forced encounters coming up. Essentially a bunch of mini-bosses. This is the end game. So these fights can be difficult.
You catch sight of figures you are pretty sure are Ivory Order disciples, standing at the door to the mausoleum. Let us through, you say, but something isn't right. Trespassers will be disposed of, on orders of Master Sherwin. Kill, they murmur dispassionately, and then attack.
Alrighty. Do not underestimate any of these enemies for the disciples or the knights in here. They are very strong and can really mess you up. We are still 3 levels under what I would like to be by this point, and that's entirely based on the RNG that we have encountered. Yeah, this is like a really big spike in difficulty. This part really wants you to be like I said, they really want you to be somewhere between 25 and 30 at this point. We're clearly not even close to that. So again, that's why we spend all that money we did. I don't really want to spend a revive here, but we have excess, so we should be okay. We'll be picking up a few more along the way.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Melanie going down is actually bad. I need to kill this disciple on the right first, because he's going to heal him or the ally if I don't. And he just did. You know what? I'm gonna take the death. I can't really... Like, I could use Mar for this part, but Mar isn't really that good unless we get lucky with the rolls. So I'm really relying more on damage that I know I can do. So if I have to play these sections a bit slower just for safety, it's much better. So instead of going for damage, I'm going to just
Looks like your adventure.
play the defensive game because we are under levels. And again, stabilizing is more important. If you don't stabilize, the fight's just done. But that is why we made that save. I do not underestimate any portion of this game just deciding to ruin your time with the RNG and stuff. And considering that this is a huge spike for us, it's very important that we go into these fights on the defensive until we get them low enough that we can guarantee that we can win. So that being said, with Melanie going first, first is a relative turn. First in my party. I'm gonna use Charge Spell instead. We're gonna Muscle Herb here to give us defense, because this is more important right now is stabilizing.
Nice work.
So these enemies are weak to darkness, because they're part of the Ivy Order. So we'll be trying to make use of that. With Melanie's flat 15 damage. But again, like, these knights and stuff are, like, very, very, very scary. And, like, even, like, 2 or 1 levels at this point would make a huge help right now. Being 3 levels under what I normally would like to be in this area is pretty bad. And that's really because of the fights that we took earlier. They weren't as fruitful. So I don't have access to really strong attacks right now. Which is ideally what I want to have. But yes, thank you everybody who has been contributing to such a good cause. One of the few reasons why Really Really Longathon continues to do stuff like this on a pretty regular basis for the most part. And a rebuff before it wears out. And again, we're gonna play the defensive game. If we have to rely on Melanie mostly to do damage, that's fine with me. Again, I want to preserve as much of the items as I can towards the end of the game. Zell knows exactly why.
That was lucky.
Once we get to a certain point in this dungeon and we hit the levels that we want before the end, hopefully, things will be a lot easier before the boss. But right now, it's not so much. Yeah, this literally takes up like a third of the run, which is crazy. Alright, happenstance being nice. So I can afford to use darkness here instead of charging. We're gonna defense up again. Yeah, the fact that these guys have, like, an insane amount of damage is one of the reasons why you could just lose a fight really easily if you don't have enough defense or equipment. And we just barely have enough money to get our characters geared up enough to handle this at a low level. Casually, if you were to come here and you want a bit of a much easier time in general, you want to be at least 20, possibly higher than that. And this is the section in the game, too, where happenstance becomes the most problematic with the RNG. So, I got cursed, which is one of 3 really, really bad status effects. Freeze being one of the worst. So, if I'm cursed, I can't heal. If you heal while you're cursed, you just lose. You die.
I was lucky.
And yeah, these fights offer a lot of experience. So now we have Lightproof, which is super useful. We have Hustle. So Lightproof makes Melanie a little bit beefier against some of these enemies.
Have come back to themselves. Their faces are blank. Apparently, they don't recall anything after Sherwin ordered them to guard the door. Could he have hypnotized them? The Ivory Order disciples are gone.
Surprised I didn't use Ridis instead. Yeah, Ridis is good.
You shall not pass. Die.
That is a good... Like, you can use Ridis here. Poison works really well. But Ash gets some pretty insane damage going forward against these enemies with his equipment range that he has access to. Yeah, Poison is really good. I've also started using Bruno in this area. I deviated a lot from the original routing notes that I wrote out. I still potentially could end up using Mar by the end. If I want to go all out for damage. I run the risk of losing a lot of my defensive, which is where Bruno comes into play. Yeah, Spinning Ray is a good attack. We're gonna Bull Rush. It's not a really good skill. I prefer to have something like... So Bruno has a really cool ability that allows him to duck certain status effects as well, called Overpowered. It is very good. I underestimated that skill quite a bit. The one thing I wanted to mention is I use Ash in this area specifically because he has access to the heal. And he can still deal pretty decent damage without spending a lot of gems. Ridis would be better on a pure output potential, but if I'm playing defensively for like a marathon's sake, this setup tends to work a little bit better for now. Especially when I'm hemorrhaged by like 3 levels right now. But yeah, this game has a lot of variation with routing potential for party and stuff like that. Again, depends on a number of things. We're gonna charge here. I ideally would like to heal. So Bruno's gonna hurt himself when he attacks from his passive. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, Melanie is about the only static party member that you should keep in here for sure. Your other two party members can be whatever you're more comfortable with. But Melanie is pretty much a must.
You sense something strange about this place.
And Bruno's a pretty big meme in this area because of the skills that he has access to at this point.
Watch your step.
Alright, so we're in the lower section, which becomes a little bit of a dungeon here. So we're gonna do the healing like I mentioned, using those cheaper heals that we bought. So we can save the bigger ones for combat in case we need them. We're also going to set up skills. So we have Overpower, so we're going to get rid of Bull Rush for Overpower specifically. That's all we need, really. Debating if I want to take the attack buff right now, but I don't think I need it. We also have Tri-Blade. Which actually I will put on, because Spinning Ray doesn't deal a lot of damage to these enemies right now. So Tri-Blade being 3 times damage to a single target could be really good when he's buffed up on the attack from Happenstance. But spinning doesn't really do a lot since all the enemies here are resistant to light damage, unfortunately. Except for the skeleton guy there. So Bruno now has a new passive as well that allows him to heal when he attacks, so another good benefit about Bruno is that he can passively keep himself alive. But yeah, when we were at the town before we came into this area, we specifically bought the best possible staff and armor for Melanie going into this area, because we're not going to get anything better for her until, like, the very end. So, we're leveling pretty quickly, because, again, a lot of the enemies in this area give a lot of experience. I just have to navigate through here carefully, so I'm not backtracking too much. Now, you could be crazy and run through the spikes. If you do, you'll take damage. Okay, seal is bad. Okay, running is not going to be an option, I guess. So yeah, 3 worst status effects. Seal, Curse, and Freeze. Paralyze is pretty bad too. If it wasn't for Freeze allowing you to get double damaged, then Paralyze would be worse. But since you can get double damaged with Freeze, that's why Freeze is higher on the list. This is getting a little scary.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're really low level, so we can't really run from these fights without running into issues. So, benefit of Overpower is it's really good at doing a lot of extra damage because it's a temporary buff. Yeah, and Travelite being pretty good against low armor enemies. Not so good against the knights, but is good against pretty much everything else. Did I go the wrong way? I did. That's unfortunate. I went the wrong way again. Awesome.
And
Probably should have healed Melanie.
oof.
Yeah, I can't run from this. I could attempt to run, but it'll be easier for me just to fight this.
That was lucky. That was lucky. That was lucky.
So if we get Overpower, we'll see the benefit of why I like Overpower. So Bruno is Curse, but if I Overpower, I'm gonna remove the Curse and apply the attack down instead. Which means I don't, like, actually take the Curse damage going forward for healing. So that allows Bruno to cleverly duck status effects that get placed on him. Which is... comes in handy most times. Alright, we'll heal up because we have another mini-boss fight. If we get lucky while we're down here, we might actually see a potion shop event, but I don't think I'm gonna get that lucky.
An Ivory Order disciple stands in your way. Something strange about this one, too. This is as far as you will get.
Alright, so Darkness right off the bat. Bruno's gonna give us a defense against this guy.
Excellent.
Got a crit, that's good. Attack down on Melanie doesn't matter too much, because we're gonna be using Darkness on him anyways. Mainly because he has 25 armor. I could tri-blade him, but I don't think that's worth doing. I'd rather, like I said, keep stable. Let Melanie do her job.
That was lucky.
Overpower being exactly what it's good at. Turning a damage buff into a lot of extra damage.
Congrats. Unlike the lower level, the lights are lit. Someone's been here.
We're gonna save on each of these floors after every one of those forced fights. Because the autosave...
Another Ivory Order disciple blocks your path. Trespassers will be disposed of.
Because the autosave doesn't really do a good job until you're on the very top floor of where it sets you. Which means we'd have to go through more dialogue and stuff.
And fight. That was lucky.
Wow, he really just wants Melanie dead.
That was lucky.
Alright, so this sets up Melanie for a pretty easy kill. And that free stay ring, showing exactly why I have that equipped. It's a nice little easy, quick pickup. Alright, Melanie has 0 element. Oh. Alright, things are good now. Alright, I'm happy. So we need to equip 0 element. That skill with Melanie makes this part of the game a little bit easier.
Another Ivory Impasse. How many of them? On the orders of Master Sherwin.
Oh, cool. We won't use it right away, though. Again, trying to set up defensively. But yeah, Zero Element does a lot of damage. Enemies don't have any resistance to that attack in particular.
Nice work.
Alright, so far these fights are going much better now.
Knight wanted to stop you from going any further.
We should be good. So as you can see, now that we're getting a little closer to being on level, things are a little bit easier.
That was lucky. Oh? That was lucky.
Any breaks in this actual run? I mean, if we were doing a straight up any percent run, no. There would be absolutely no breaks. So everybody leveled up, everybody got a heal. Also got Dark Proof on our MC, so that's good. I'm gonna go over here and grab this chest. So this is Old Fang. Very powerful weapon for Mar.
The sign reads, "There is more here than meets the eye." Someone shrieks. When you look in that direction, you see a disciple of the Ivory Order. I'm sick and tired of this, she says.
That's
Even as
unfortunate.
she
I was
storms
hoping it was the
drawn.
one where she just gives me some free healing. Not the one where she wants to fight.
Oh?
Yeah, extra XP doesn't really hurt in this section. Okay, so we got a really cool skill for Bruno.
Trembling all over, the Ivory Order disciple stumbles away on unsteady legs.
So that skill that Bruno got, it's literally a life-saving skill. That skill in particular is one of the ones that makes doing the end boss a bit easier to deal with. And that's because it's a AoE 20 heal. And at this point in the game,
Why not check the wall?
anything that heals over 20,
Secret
or at
passage.
least 20, is really good.
This must be what that sign was talking about.
Also, the other reason why we're doing a lot of these fights is because, well, escaping them is almost impossible. Because we're still very underleveled. Oh no, Bruno died. That's not good. Ooh, I'm so glad that missed. And this is why Zero Element is so OP. Yeah, the crit was nice.
Psst,
That was a little overkill, though.
another secret passage. This is definitely what that sign was hinting at. Be sure to keep an eye out in case there are more.
Should probably heal Bruno.
You found another secret passage. They sure make it easy to get lost in this place.
Alright, Dreamwoven is really good armor. I'm picking it up in the event that we do end up using Mar, which we might. Final party might end up being Mar, Melanie, Bruno, potentially. Power of friendship. That was attack down, wasn't it? Alright, so I guess we'll pass. I'm just gonna charge up till I get 0 element. I'm gonna use this opportunity to heal in this fight before we end it. Just in case we don't get the level. Okay, Deadly Mirage with Ridis makes her really good going forward if you have a weapon for her, but I don't. I can only afford to buy one weapon for whatever other party member I was planning to use for sure.
Excellent.
Alright, so Margot Destruction. Very, very cool skill. That skill will help us a lot. Oop, not this one.
Yet another secret passage. How many of these things are there?
So I'm gonna go up here. We're gonna grab this chest, which has an elixir in it. And we're gonna head up here. Oop, that's not the wall. I want to open this wall here.
Yet another secret passage. I've lost count of how many you've found, but hopefully, this is the last of them.
And then instead of going that direction, we're gonna head up.
You see a disciple of the Ivory Order. You ask her
Perfect.
to show you
So this is the shop that I mentioned
lines up several medicines.
that I wanted to see. So we can buy really, really big heals out of this shop. So those are really cool. So we can like literally stock up on big heals. So
Pray
that's
take
nice.
care of yourselves, she says as she continues on her way.
So that money we got from all those fights now goes to good use. So at this point, we don't really need to get any more levels with our characters. We can definitely beat the final boss at this point because we have the skills that we want. We have the capabilities to do so. But we are still going to be very under leveled and still means that we could lose the fight with happenstance also being a factor. And there's the other reasons that play into that as well. We can actually heal, just in case. But like, yeah, Zero Element is just insanely good. I have to get rid of one. What am I eating? Probably this. Alright. Soothing Stone is better than the Protectorant. So I'll eat that.
They put a secret passage here? Whoever built this place was seriously twisted.
Alright, so this is a really powerful endgame weapon for Melanie.
You sense an extraordinary presence ahead. You'd best not proceed unprepared.
Alright, so basically now we're going to equip Dark Lore. I'm gonna go to Mara here. We're gonna put on the Dreamwoven and the Old Fang. Wednesday Ring. I think actually we want to put the... Can't remember if Bruno can get frozen. Yeah, Bruno can get frozen. Mar can't. Okay, so, this is where we could actually swap out Ash for Mar if we want to run this setup. We want to throw on Destruction, Clobber, Roundhouse. Regenerate is good, but we don't really need it. It'd be much better to take Rolling Claw. Oops. Or Provoke. I'll take Provoke instead. Because at this point, Mar is basically a tank. And that sets us up for that. So yeah, Mar's got like 49 HP with like 25 defense. Oh, we also didn't set up the rings. So I need to take Freeze Day and the Dark Mail off. Dark Mail is an improvement for Bruno. Put the Freeze Day on. Mar, we can actually give the Numb, because he's not resistant to Paralyze. Yeah, this is both games with story in mind. If it wasn't, we'd be done about 3 hours ago. Very important that we save where we did, because we can't save on this top floor now. We're essentially at the very end of the game. The toughest, longest sections to get through if things go wrong. And this is where an estimate is really hard to put in place for like a marathon. Because happenstance, as we have already seen, could go very one-sided very quickly, or just the fight off the gate can just be really, really bad.
The Ivory Order trio lies collapsed at Sherwin's feet. Sherwin glances your way as he notices your presence. You again. What are you after? You ask him. This is the heart of the mausoleum, where the Order kept the dragon prisoner and harvested dragon tear. The Order perfected a technique to distill medicine from the preternatural magic imbued in dragon tear. So you were right in thinking you could find Mar's cure here. Sherwin pays you no mind, continuing. How I detested that medicine. It took my parents from me. You struggled to conceal your shock that you and Sherwin suffered the same tragedy. Nursing his grudge, he infiltrated the Order so that he could destroy it from the inside out. After being elevated to the Order's highest echelons, he learned that the dragon was the source of the medicine. Ever since, he had been awaiting his chance to kill the dragon. He finally got it atop the volcano. Now all that's left is to destroy this forsaken place, and the realm will be restored to how it was before.
Any guesses that what the final boss
To how it ought
is?
to be.
Should be
Sherwin
pretty
stands
obvious.
before the altar and begins mumbling an incantation.
Definitely not the dragon.
He's gearing up to perform some sort of rite. The mausoleum will be destroyed if you don't stop Sherwin, and if that happens, you'll never get your hands on any dragon tear.
Alright, so we have to stop Sherwin.
Prepare yourself.
Double checking HP. Good thing I did. We should heal Bruno to full. There we go. Alright, we should be good. We have the best possible chance to do this fight one shot.
You attempt to stop Sherwin's rite.
So I'm exactly level 22.
Order trio totter to
22 and above is the best possible level to attempt these fights.
Master Sherwin, says Winifred, unable to quell her trembling. Why?
Yeah, it's the Giga Party. I'm going all the way safe for the marathon run for this fight.
You used us, growls Berwin, narrowing his eyes at Sherwin. Your actions betray everything the Order stands for, spits Hedwin. Sherwin does not dispute the accusations. On the contrary, he confirms them. Everything I've done, including using you, is to purge this world of that medicine. Sherwin returns his concentration to the right. Whatever Sherwin is doing, it isn't good. You race towards Sherwin to stop the rite, but then Winifred blocks your way. Winifred puts out her arm. You're not strong enough to stop him. He's one of
Thought
the
I'd jump in
strongest
before
among
bed.
the Ivory Order's
Yo,
ranks,
welcome
she
back.
says.
Maiden.
Still, says
Yeah, you
Melanie,
came in at the
patting Winifred's
really,
hand
really interesting
away.
part of the game now.
To do
Yeah, no.
something.
So yeah, this final fight is, for people who haven't seen it, this was a very, very well
Let
made
us
final
help.
little sequence. Like, we are at the final boss. It is very cool. This is actually going to be a 6v1
Snarling,
fight. This first fight.
I will crush any who dares
That doesn't
stop.
make it any easier, surprisingly.
No, it really doesn't. But you do get, so that you basically get 3 additional party members who do their own thing. Their AI is fairly predictable. They are not nearly as random as actual fights in the game. Compared to like Monster AI, they pretty much do. They're fairly predictable. They do try to help.
It'll
They
take
take
more
damage for us.
believers to win here.
So, but Sherwin is a huge threat. He has 180 HP. Fully ran every single happenstance card is in the happenstance deck at this point
Yep.
as well. Pretty much all the status effect ones, all the damage ones. Sometimes they also add to the big one is that they add to the gem pool. So when they don't use gems, and they'll generate gems for us, it's very nice.
Yeah, we have like the Giga Party right now, which is like
Yeah.
massive defense, massive damage output.
The unsafe party is
Melanie
Ridis, Melanie
and,
Ridis and Ash.
Yeah.
And you just ignore any kind of, you just pray that Berna, whatever her name is, heals you, because she will heal you, and she actively, like, she aggressively heals you. if you're damaged. Her AI is set to basically, and you just pray that you have the salves for it. But it is super dangerous.
Yeah, this fight is divided into 3 parts.
Yeah. Thankfully, you can change parties between 2 of the parts, which is very useful because this fight and the next fight, which is 2 parts, have to be done together. This is a solo fight, and then you do 2 more fights, but you are able to access your menu and change your party if you
At
need
least
to.
after this fight in particular.
Yes. Yeah, which is important because the next fight you need some AoE, but this fight you can just go single attacks. But Devastation Element 0, very useful.
Yeah, Devastation, it also does flat damage, which makes it super nice.
Yeah. Which is very good for the final boss.
25 flat damage plus whatever his attack is, and Old Fangs already adds a lot, so...
Yeah, we really like that. So every character has a secret weapon. Some are harder or take longer to get than others. Well, that is a really good happenstance to get.
Yeah. So I can just end it the coolest way possible.
Yeah. 0 Elements is a very cool spell. It's very fun to spam. I know casually my party was basically just 0 elements in the final dungeon. It was just charge, 0 elements.
Sherwin, bloodied and beaten, lies sprawled.
Yeah, here you are able to pause on that square before.
Yeah.
And if you need to.
Yeah, we're in good position though. We have a lot of basically full HP. If we needed to sub out party members for whatever reason, we could have done it then.
So it has come to
Can't
this,
save though.
he murmurs.
Yes, yeah, you can't save. This is one of the save restricted areas.
Sherwin's body begins morphing.
This fight is
into something
extremely
grotesque.
difficult coming up. This is like one of those type of JRPG finale fights. Like if you've watched the Paper Mario run, it is very similar in difficulty to Final Bowser on like the glitched route, where like if you make a mistake, you might just die, and even if you don't make a mistake, you might die.
This shredded plane will be purged so that it gleams pure white.
It's actually really, really similar to Final
Aye.
Bowser
The Oasis
in
Wind
Paper Mario,
will
actually.
make sure of it.
Alright.
Yeah, turns
This-
into a weird dragon thin.
Yeah, Sherwin drinks the whole bottle of a pure dragon tear, basically, and becomes a Vicious Wind. Which is a monster-esque version of himself, much like Mar. But obviously immensely more powerful, because
Yes.
it's pure dragon tear. So,
The medicine is like distilled dragon tear that's being like when they said that every day they would go to collect a single dragon tear, they could create hundreds of potions from a single dragon tear. For context, like that, you find that out in his side story.
that attack that he does hurts so much.
Yeah,
Thankfully, we have a pretty good party to handle it.
yeah. In this first phase, we do still have access to the support. But in the second part, Sherwin murks the our backline party at the end of the first phase.
Yeah, so this is like still the easier parts of the fight.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
I mean, it's not easy. 36 attack, 180 HP, 26 defense, and still random happenstance.
Ideally, the best possible thing you want to have happen coming out of this fight is you get him down to a threshold, and you have HP in the ranges of 20 to 30 or more. Because if you don't, going into the next part is going to be awful to start.
Yeah.
Because it goes right into it, so...
Yeah, it's very similar to how the Black Dragon fight is set up.
So as you can see, Winifred healing us, which is super nice, or curing the seal, which, again, one of those status effects that we don't like.
It's probably the worst in this fight. It's the worst one because we really are really relying on gem abilities
Yep.
at this point in the game. The main reason that we even bring Chop is because he doesn't really his actual other attacks aren't very useful. We use him as a status machine. He has to show off the power of power.
Yeah, we bring him mainly for the defense buff and the 20 heal.
Yep. He does have his one desperation attack that kind of works
Overpower.
once.
Yep.
Yeah, overpower, which is very good a single time, but it then lowers his attack, which is actually a benefit, surprisingly, on him, because he's not very actually a good fighter.
Others combine their magic for an all-powerful strike.
Overpower.
I mentioned
overpower.
earlier that overpower, allowing him to duck status effects, is really nice too.
Yeah, it can duck defense down, or it does a couple other things. So there are some status elements that can stack, but it does block a bunch. So despite him getting an attack down, you can then just continue to use him for his other abilities while you're waiting for the. It's essentially a cooldown.
The Owicious wind stirs, stretching his humongous wings.
Yeah, that wasn't even Owicious Wind's final form.
Yeah.
Now the real fight starts.
Yeah. And if you're wondering if this design looks familiar, it very much does look like the Rins in Drakengard. This is the only Drakengard reference we'll allow in this first game, is that the Wishawind does look like a Drakengard dragon. The other game, there's a lot of similarities to Drakengard 3, or at least a lot of references.
Oh yeah,
flowers.
there's plenty in Forsaken Maiden.
Yeah, Forsaken Maiden is much closer tied. Oh yeah, and the battlefield is just wicked for this one.
Yeah. So not only do we have to fight the dragon himself, which is insanely strong, we have to fight the wings.
Yeah, he's got even stronger. Thankfully, we have element 0. Yeah.
I might just lose this fight, unfortunately, because of the start. We'll see.
Yeah, the Angelic is also in this game. That's the other major connection to the Drakengard. Although Yoko Taro has explicitly said that these games have absolutely nothing to do with Drakengard, despite all of the Drakengard.
Yeah.
I think that the Rins here too. I think that some of this guy's attacks have Angelic in them. But yeah, if you're staying up for Forsaken Maiden, the very first really dark one. Actually, it might be the second. I didn't double check the notes to see where you're going first. But one of the early moments in that game has a lot of very dangerous flowers. So
yeah,
no. So the winds buff and heal. If you kill a wind, the main body will revive it.
Oh, it's not the main body.
It's one of the. Sorry,
it's the
one.
So the right wing can revive and freeze and heal, and the left wing causes status effects. And then the main head can buff itself, deal a lot of damage, and heal off damage. So this is just one of those fights where it's like, okay, it's really bad right now.
Oh, actually, the other thing is that if you liked this game, you're like, oh, it's not that dark. And if you're squeamish, I actually would not recommend watching the story for the Nets team. The Nets team is if you're squeamish, it's a little rough. There are some really kind of grotesque moments in that game.
Yeah.
So yeah. If you're squeamish about body, it's not really shown, but if described body horror might freak you out, I would avoid it. Just as a PSA.
That's about halfway in the game.
Oh, you do that part later. Okay.
Yeah.
You do that shrine later. Yeah. The setting game is much more open. You'll see immediately when MASH starts it, but the game is a very different setting. I hope they keep making these. I wonder how long it takes them to make one of these.
Yeah, this fight is going pretty interesting. Okay, so if I zero element, that's 5. Bruno can't heal if I do that, so I'm actually gonna Soothing Stone and hope that he doesn't hit me. Hey, he hit Bruno, that's bad.
Yeah, a big thing that this game is missing, that the other game has, is AoE salves. This game does not have any AoE healing items. The other game has them plenty. It is a big help. It is. If this game had AoE salves, it would be
way easier.
A lot easier to route. Ridis and Ashe would have way more utility in the late game.
We also do that game even lower levels actually as well.
Yeah.
In Forsaken Maiden because of the potency of all the healing.
Oh.
I'm surprised I didn't kill anybody.
I never noticed that. Thank you. That's very interesting. Man, that would be awesome if there's 6 of these coming over like the next, I don't know, like 2 years. If he releases another one in like a couple months, that would be awesome. And if you're wondering, like, why does Yoko Taro just get to make these strange, obtuse games? Nier Automata made more money than literally any human would expect in corporate Japan. So, he can do whatever he wants. He's Kojima levels of money. Yeah, as you can see, there's a very good reason that we grab extra money early on throughout the game. We need all of it.
Yeah, you need it for equipment early on, but at this point, there's no better equipment we can buy. We have to find it. We only get certain things along the way at this point.
The only other item that I could even consider routing with, but it would require probably a full reroute of like the end game, is Ashe's final weapon.
Yeah.
That requires backtracking really far. It is a substantial amount of time to go through all of the like carriages and to get back. His starting weapon is in the original castle town, but you need a key from the final. You need a key from his village area, if I remember correctly, or at least the quest starts there.
So we're gonna duck the curse here with Overpower and kill the wing that just revived the other one.
Yeah.
So now they can't revive the wings. After you kill the first wing, you saw that Wish's Wind buffed his attack to 41, which is kind of Monka-esque now. For 99 turns.
Yeah, he every time you kill a win, he gets more power. Or when you kill the revive win, he gets more powerful. Which is like a trade-off. Wish's Wind is not at Matt's level. At level 30, Matt's level, he is
still
just
difficult.
As hard. Yeah. They did a really good job of making this a very good final fight, and you can make him harder.
Yep.
If you get all of the number cards, you unlock the true final Wish's Wind, who is even harder. His winds deal more damage, have more defense, but at that point you have everybody's secret weapon. Like Ashe's AoE attack can deal like 80 damage to the Wish's Wind. Element 0 will end up dealing closer to like 70 damage. It's a lot. Yeah, at this point it's just rushing down now. We've gone through the rough part. We've dealt with the right wing.
I mean, it's still a bit rough until I get the other wing down, but it's not nearly as bad.
And the happen senses have actually been pretty helpful. They have not. These are not like the greatest, but these haven't been like. There haven't been like full party curses. Yeah.
Power of power, Bruno. Keep it up.
Also, I feel like the uptick of Nier Automata and Nier Replicant crossovers, I feel like the fact that those started to pick up greatly right as he got to release these very small project feeling games probably means that he signed some kind of deal like, hey, we'll let you make these games, but we get to like use Nier in anything and everything. Because Nier Automata has had like 12 crossovers in like 2 years.
Alright. Left wings down.
There we go. And then from here on out, it's a lot of elixirs.
Yeah, because the head will insta-kill anybody.
Yeah.
Basically. If they're under 40 HP, they're guaranteed to die.
Yeah, Nier Automata PUBG, that's actually the one I was about to reference. There is a Nier Automata... Well, no, it's not just Nier Automata, it's Nier Automata and Replicant. You can play as Kanye, you can play as 2B, 9S, A2, I think you can play as Yorha Commander, I think you can play as Emil, or at least you can have the Emil head, I think. I actually downloaded PUBG and I've been meaning to play it, but I've been busy with the marathon. I might open it up tomorrow, just to see the crossover. But yeah, no, I'm glad that this kind of game is. Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm just need to stabilize here as best as possible.
She still will die in one shot if he targets her.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, no, I survived that time.
Oh, so he deals 40, so it can go to 39. Interesting.
Alright, well, big heals. We got lucky with the big heal shop from that event. Okay, he's at 45 now, so it's a little scary. I need to get armor buffed on people. Okay, so that was a wasted turn by him, so that's good. Mara's gonna provoke to hopefully draw aggro. While I heal, or defense buff here. So 0 element, well, really, really good. Mara's destruction is technically better in this circumstance.
Oh yeah, Yoko Taro is like the opposite of like most Japanese game developers. He really doesn't. He cares about his properties. He just doesn't like.
I missed. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, missing in this game feels bad.
It hurts so much.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Happenstance.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's a well-timed one.
Means Melanie can do some extra damage. How did I know? How did I know he was gonna do that? Crazy. The aggro that Melanie pulls in this fight is just ridiculous.
Oh, this is a good turn. Wow. It would have been better if we actually had more HP.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Wishaswin.
He nullified nothing, which is good.
Yeah. He is not as smart as, say, a SMT boss who will actively only use that kind of ability if you have stuff. This game is, like we said at the start, it's much more random than the average RPG.
I mean, so funny thing is, well, the AI in this game is a lot more random. In Forsaken Maiden, no, I have learned very much that the AI is not as random as I'd like to be led to believe.
Yeah, there's definitely some, like, I know that some enemies and some bosses actually are biased to attack some characters, I've noticed.
It's not even that, they react differently depending on what you hit them with, too. Several of the bosses, if you status affect them, they will retaliate with either a really strong damage or status wipe.
Yeah.
Or they will start spamming attacks.
Yeah, I learned that when doing a side quest in Forsaken Maiden. Oh, a good crit.
Yeah.
That's what we need, is more of those.
Damage buff right now is nice. But not for that armor, that would have hurt. I'm just gonna go for a clobber. Destruction would be nice, but it's not gonna kill him. So I can Miracle Heart.
Yeah, and there is no more phases in this run.
Well, there is technically. There's one
right,
small
yes,
fight.
that's true.
When you see the 9,999 XP gains, you know that that's basically the end.
Yeah, the game does, like, if you enter this fight in where it roughly expects you to be, which is like 26, 27, which is, you get your final abilities on everyone at about between 24 and 27. The last few levels are purely for stats. The game expects you to have your full arsenal of abilities going into the dungeon, actually. That's kind of how the game, if you're just fighting everything. And doing the side quests. And then finishing this dungeon, you should hit level 30. Which then sets you up to do post-game boss. The two or three post-game bosses. And coming back to do the true final boss.
We're seeing the AoE get spam. Wow, it actually killed Bruno. Okay. I'm surprised it killed Bruno. He had the most armor.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because you might have been able to set up a finish.
I could have, yeah.
But we have
it would still be risky. Still be risky. Because Melanie is in one-shot range. If we get a damage boost from Happenstance, then Mar could finish off with Destruction. So I either need another Destruction or possibly... yeah, that's not worth doing. I'm just going to use a big heal on Melanie. Save the gems.
Yep. So yeah, attack up. Element 0 might be... Well, it's light defense? That's not... actually, that's only helpful. We don't use light in this fight. He does, though. Oh, yeah, no. Doesn't nullify light.
Wish's Wind is weak to dark, but Melanie only has one dark skill. But yeah, we got the kill there.
Now, creatures, be cleansed by my power.
There you go. Yeah, this is the other reason why the YOLO party has Ridis. You just...
power inhibits your action.
Ridis' poison arrow is quite good.
It's really good against him.
Yeah. Poison is absurdly strong in these two games, casually.
Yeah, passive extra damage is just nuts.
Strength. You have to do something.
Yeah, sorry, I do apologize for the ads sometimes happening at the worst time.
Struggling against his power, Melanie recalls Vince's final words. Your spell.
All right, time for everything to get super sad again.
World a better place.
Oh, yeah.
Through everything, realization.
So, 1, 2, or 3, or 4. Yeah, 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, we
What
don't
should we
have
do?
access to 4 here.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say 1, 2, or 3.
I offer myself body and soul.
I can't remember which one is which.
I think it's Mar, Melanie, and Dragon. In that order.
Melanie recites the spell.
3 then, I guess.
Turns to you.
I actually haven't seen 3
What?
then. I haven't seen it before.
3? Oh god.
I think it's technically the lawful good option.
It's not even a good one.
Well, not in its actual outcome, but in the the morality is correct to
Japanese
revive the
powerful
dragon.
magic
I don't
is
think
what
so,
the
but okay.
Yushis win.
That's up for debate.
Or no, it's the lawful evil
It's also
option,
about Earth.
Yeah,
because you're basically,
you're keeping the medicine coming.
which the world it requires. The world, like the all of the problems in the world are because the dragon wasn't producing medicine.
Does chat
It's-
have
it's
an
a one.
opinion? Does chat have an opinion between 1, 2, 3 if you played this game, or you just want to throw a random number? We'll go with majority. Doesn't
Yeah.
really change too much,
Yeah,
besides
it
some
doesn't-
story stuff at the end.
Yeah, it just gives you a different epilogue. The only
Her spell
the only
breaks the
truly
power
correct
bind.
answer
You can move
is
freely again.
to do is to
and
unlock the
feel your
Trident.
strength return.
And even then, it's not the best possible
Yeah.
thing either.
Yeah,
The
this
spell
is a very
the
Yokotaro.
Yushis win. Now's your chance to end this.
There are no right answers.
Alright, so we have one final fight. Reorganize our party, but we don't need to do that. So Ash gets forced into the party for this. I don't understand. Just gets, like, yeeted in there by default.
Give it all you got.
Isn't that only when you have Mel in your party? He just replaces Mel if Mel is taken.
No, but, like, Mars shifted over and Ash got put in. It completely sets your party to this. By default. Always. And then you have to manually change it.
Are you sure? I swear when
Yeah.
I played this, I had because I was doing Ash, Ridis, because I didn't have Mel in my final party.
It might.
'cause-
I think actually you might be right. It might only do this guaranteed setup if Ash isn't in the party.
Yeah, it's very useful though in the spirit because this is actually the party we want for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the three have revived too. The spell. Also, he can break free of that if somehow you don't deal enough damage. He will kill you. That is not a fancy time card that keeps coming up. He will kill you. I tried. I want to see what happens. He casts Element 0 after buffing himself to 99 attack. Because that's like the forbidden. He basically uses the forbidden spell against us.
No, AI, why did you kill him? You jerks.
He doesn't have an attack spell 0.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He doesn't have an attack spell at 0 gems. That's why.
So, timer should stop this fight, but I'm assuming we're just going to keep the timer rolling going into the
Yeah, the
next
timer's
game.
the same. Yeah, it's the same timer. I think you're like 3 hours ahead of the estimate we put for this game.
Yeah, RG wasn't too bad. I mean, I died fewer times than I was expecting, but also at parts where I wasn't expecting to die.
Yeah, you're 3 hours ahead of the estimate we had for this game.
Win.
I knew
Good
that
we added that run in.
I knew that we were going to be about 2. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, this is why we had the secret run.
Sherwin, returned to his human form, seems not
Yeah,
long
that is
for this
Forsaken,
world.
or no, that's Isle Dragon Roars, or as its actual title is, the Isle of Bliss. Its actual game title is
You
not
rush to Melanie's side.
Isle Dragon Roars.
The moment you
Isle
reach
Dragon Roars
her,
is technically,
notice
yeah.
something
Forsaken Maiden is significantly longer for a
Oh,
few
yeah.
reasons. One, I guess since we're in this now, and it's a pretty fast, like it
Melanie's
goes straight into
transformed into a
um,
monster.
into the story like immediately. The game is much faster paced story wise.
Just then, Winifred
um,
and the others return from their search.
This
of
part
the
makes me
earth.
so sad
Yeah.
because it's like Melanie was becoming such a good person, and now she's
It
used
seemed
the
that
forbidden
the
magic and
stores of
now
dragon
becomes
treasure
just like
lost
Mar.
on the altar were
And
all
if you
dashed
use the
upon the
potion on her,
ground
she
during your battle with
does
Sherwin.
not.
She gets really mad.
She
This
really,
buckles
she
your
basically
knees.
stops respecting her.
Lost
Like what
Melanie,
what respect we
any
built
hope
up with
of
her is
changing
completely
Mar
gone
back.
when we choose her over Mar. She
Winifred
basically
slips
tells us to
something into
f
your
off,
hand.
but then
You
stays
hold
with
it
us
up.
because she
She wants to
help
look after
Mar.
Mar. Yeah.
Yeah, she literally pushes us aside and hugs Mar. And she's literally
And
only there
see
for
the
Mar
empty
at that
vial
point.
of dragon tear that Sherwin drank. But
If you
Yeah.
do it the other way around, Mar
You can
doesn't
make
understand
out
what's
one
going on
last
because
drop
Mar
in the
hasn't grown
vial.
up.
Yeah,
It's
Mar
kinda
is
sad.
still like
Vial of dragon
10 or
tear from
something.
Winifred.
Yeah,
technically.
Mar never grew up. Like as monsters don't age. That's why some of them turn into skeletons.
The world
Melanie
Cut
still
off
sticks around, I think, as well, just to keep
death.
Mar company, because she doesn't trust you as well. So
Yeah.
Your twin, for whom you
Yeah,
have
basically
searched
us
high and
choosing
low, for some
Mel
way
over
of
Mar.
restoring her human form.
Makes Mel
And Melanie,
think that we're just awful.
transformed
I mean,
into a
people.
monster and lying
the
prone
real
before your
true
very
answer, in
eyes.
my opinion, again, this is just an opinion, is
must
you should
decide
always choose
for
Mar.
which purpose to put the
Yes.
all-powerful
Yeah,
dragon.
she's
Because-
that's the whole point of the journey.
Yeah,
Mel did this to save Mar.
yeah. So, anyways, we have lots of 3s. 2s, 2s, 2s. So it's a tie between 3 and 2, basically.
And we can just do 2.
I think when we weigh in your vote, we have, yeah.
Oh,
no,
there's 2. 2,
twos.
2.
All right, 2 it is. So the cards, the one guaranteed card plus the other 11, if we collected them, obviously affect this a little bit, but it's too much time to go out of the way to get it, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you get every card, it instills the Dragon Tier with enough energy to
into a human.
Oh, it's been a while since I've done Sharendon. Cure them both.
You rush to her side and give
and
her the
cure.
biggest
I think it cures a bunch of other
in
people
the
too. It basically
history
cures like a
of
bunch of people,
bear
but it causes turmoil in the world because there's still no medicine. So
monstrous Melanie
there's
Yeah.
still a
looks
downside.
on with a vacant stare.
So we revive Mar. She's a cutie. Obviously our twin.
Perhaps
I don't recall off the top of my head how many years it has passed since she was transformed.
Is her appetite. Melanie, on the other hand,
They were children.
follows the
Like
two of
they
you
were.
everywhere you go. in
I
total
think that it's. I think if you do one of the side stories or one of the flip, like unlock a flip side, something
You
mentions
think she can understand your conversation?
10 years.
But you
If you save the dragon, does it ultimate? No, it doesn't.
It's really
Yeah, because
left.
only a pure Dragon tier can do that. And when we revive the Dragon,
Afterwards,
you can no longer produce pure Dragon tiers.
Yeah.
That is the last Dragon tier. Reviving a Dragon with a Dragon tier, you can still produce Dragon tiers, but they're like corrupted or something.
spreads like wild.
Yeah, and there's a super boss bonus dungeon thing where it kind of goes over that a little bit.
A rash of skirmishes breaks out over the increasingly
Yeah, it
rare
is 10 years.
That is
Yeah,
the
10 years sounds about correct.
Yeah, and because Mar
the realm.
developed as a monster, Mar can't speak English or can't speak properly because her brain has already developed. So she's basically stuck in like this weird. It's not worst possible because in all of the other endings, the world goes into like a permanent war. So
Yeah, in every circumstance, the world still goes into a war. Because because again, like just like Sherwin and Vince tried to explain, which we ignored a lot early on in their game because our characters are dumb. The world was too dependent.
Yeah.
So the happiest endings you could possibly get is either saving Melanie knowing that she's gonna hate your guts and just stick around because Mar is so adorable, or you save Mar and you get to have your sister back, but then Mar's still mad at you because, you know, everything you guys have been through.
Yeah.
I mean, ironically, back in Unionville, which is several hours ago, it does hint at it, again, indirectly, because Lappy specifically says should have no effect on monsters.
Yes.
But
Yeah, no, it's hinted. It is hinted
Yeah.
there. But that is said to the player only. That
yeah,
is not. Lappy doesn't say that to anyone. We rush out too fast for Lappy to tell us.
yeah, that's like Lappy says it to himself, but then because of the way the context of the story is, like the player is told essentially.
Yeah.
But so there's that part. There's some other smaller stuff there. It like the really big part that really drops a lot of that stuff is again the Village of the Sick, which surprisingly is a very heavy section for lore.
Yeah.
So
There's some of like the small things that like if you do a second playthrough is like when you realize that you helped an old lady go get the medicine, like, and the reason why she was probably unable to walk is because her body was starting to like give out, like she was having withdrawal, like early signs of withdrawal. That first lady that we helped to get the #1 card.
yeah,
And I think every single card we get is in some way related to medicine, tangentially. Every single quest that we do that gives a card, it's like everything in this game is tied to medicine. Like the entire world is addicted to dragon to the medicine.
yeah, that's actually correct.
Yeah.